Yo, 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 yo!
Hello.
What's up, fellas? Ah,
Hello.
yo, 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 yo!
Hello.
Holy mama. Uh, Ross
We got a
must
little
be.
background noise here for a little bit, about another 15 minutes, but I will stay muted as long as I can.
Right.
So,
What's going on, everybody?
oh, just whatnot. Like the color of the shirt?
Yeller.
Looks like pineapples to me.
I'm a walking pineapple shirt from Disney World.
Nice. Please do not flood the chat. You to consider spam. Classify the channel as a spam page. Thank you. It's not the chat. It's when you sometimes in StreamYard you type something and it goes 5 or 6 things.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was going to do it in Nightbot. So, we can take care of that later. Hi, Alice.
Yeah.
Hi.
Doing the munchies over here.
So that's interesting.
Say again?
That was interesting. I learned a little bit more about you and Alice and how long you met and all that. You know, you and Alice met online 2 years before Donna and I met online.
Oh,
Look at that.
cool. Now, does she live in the same city or?
Yeah, she lives in the same general area, but she had to travel out to the far western suburbs to meet me. Of course, she was shy, so we agreed to meet at the police station in the suburb.
That's romantic.
And that was in May. And our first date was, 9 hours long?
Wow.
Something like that. We walked around all night and talked in downtown Naperville. Next week, I took her to the melting pot.
Wow.
Then in August, we moved in together.
Hmm.
And we've been together ever since. So the first night I gave her flowers, chocolates, and a teddy bear.
Sweet.
So the third week, she and her family went on a Carnival cruise. I took them to the airport in my van. And then when they came back, I picked her up and I got her a Build-A-Bear. And we still have that bear.
Nice.
Yeah. We'll have to dig it out for one of these streams. It's in a storage container in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We even named the bear Kyle.
Why Kyle?
I don't know. Which person came to mind? So one thing you should know, you'll never see Donna on screen because she's camera shy.
Well, Alice used to be like that too. Used to be.
Donna is that way and will always be that way.
Alice started getting promoted.
Mhm.
We went alone. And somehow, not one of these days, she's going to kick me out and take over.
Well, you know, it is Alice Lugo Studios now,
Yeah.
That's right.
So I kept hearing.
the parent production company.
Sure.
This is the first bear that I gave to Eddie because I like panda bears. So when he was traveling, I gave it to him so he could bring it around with him.
Is that why he wants this one?
Yep. That's right. That's the one I want. Yep, that's for her. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Destination Fun is also in the chat. Yes. Naima Brown is also in the house.
Hello.
Hi, Najuma.
What you got there? Little lamb, huh?
Say hi to Kuzbat.
Yes. You said Cruzbat is here also. Did I send a link to Cruzbat? Let me send him a link just to be on the safe side. It's up to him if he wants to come in or not, you know. Be right back, guys.
Dog's got a million toys, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
She only has 1, 2, 3, 4 toys.
Oh.
2 bones, neither bones, compared to our previous dog, which had over 100 toys and didn't play with any one of them. And she's got a little ball.
Nice. Nice.
Wolfman Bud Files.
Hey, buds. Where are you, homeboy? There we go. Found you.
We're enjoying the comedy that is WWE.
Yeah, I never believe in that stuff. And to me, it's all scripted.
It's great
I
comedy.
watched it when I was a kid. I haven't watched it in years.
Squirrel! All right, cool.
Where's Ricky tonight?
Over there. Right over there.
Right over there. She's she's doing a production.
She's laying
work.
down. TikToking.
I bless you. She's doing production work.
Production work. I wish she did some videos. She
No, right now.
Like I said, she'll make videos, but she won't put them on my channel.
Wow. Progressive lady.
Yeah.
She has her own channel. I didn't know. You gotta check it
She's got
out.
her own TikTok and all. She doesn't have a YouTube.
Would that dog just say hi there? Oh, yes. My name is Doug.
Sorry. Wrong one.
My master made me this collar. He is a good and smart master, and he made me this collar so that I may talk, squirrel.
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 Dog.
That was a good movie.
Kevin. No, Kevin was the bird.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin was the bird.
I want to get that Lego set. Looks pretty neat.
So how you guys doing?
Good.
Rose, how you feeling? Feeling better?
Good.
Wait a minute. We got somebody else in the panel coming in.
Someone else in the basement?
That's right. That's right.
Ah, how you
What's going
doing?
on?
He's in the basement right now.
Yeah.
Now, Scott, you need a sound effect that says, "It's okay now. I'm here."
Yeah, right. This is the best I can do for you right now.
Good morning.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Another day shot the heck.
How about this one?
Oh my God.
Yeah, but Scott, does that sound go clockwise or counterclockwise?
That's a good question.
We'll have to ask Sean later.
Yeah.
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 Oh, I didn't send it to him. Did I send him the link? Let me send him the link.
He's on his own, I think, isn't he?
Probably.
I'm saying he's got his own live starting at
In a few minutes too.
yeah.
Well,
I
he's
have,
only
the
busy
noti- I have my notifications on for your live, Ross.
It got canceled.
Oh, it got canceled.
Yeah, I put a note up in my community.
Oh, I didn't look there. Sorry.
It'll be rescheduled for next Friday. However, next Thursday, I am doing a live stream from a concert, Echoes of Pompeii. Now, be aware, if I do get cut off by YouTube, I'll get cut off. It's copyrighted music. I'm not looking to get monetized, but if I do get cut off, I will be videotaping it as well, or videoing it, and we'll edit and create little snippets.
Gotcha.
Yeah, all you gotta do is do shorts.
Now, I'll just create little 30-second snippets of each of their songs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
That's how I did it with the promotion video for the cruise, 30 seconds.
Okay.
Sherry, Comic-Con cruise. That doesn't sound bad. Didn't hear about that one.
Comic-Con, when's that happening?
2025 on Royal Caribbean.
When? When is that happening?
Hey,
What's going on, Mike?
Oh my God! You want to put the Comic Con
I didn't
cruise?
realize we were live already.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
Eddie,
just looked up and I was like, "Oh crap, we're live!" Like I thought this was the pre-show.
Eddie likes to throw this stuff up early because, like, I was in here doing my my final exam for Royal Caribbean, and all of a sudden I hear the countdown going. I'm like, crap! I'm not finished my damn exam.
Well, I'm kind of glad I'm moving the cruise till November of 2025 because originally we're going to be February of 2025, and that's when the Comic Con cruise is.
Oh, it's February.
Yep.
Yep.
So
that's
I'm
what she
kind of
said.
glad we moved that, but I didn't want to compete with the other music cruise that takes place a month before.
Yeah, I saw some news thing or something about some cruise with like all of the really big 80s metal bands.
Mm-hmm.
I was
That
astonished
was
at how many of them were actually part of that cruise.
Yeah.
So
I have a friend of mine who's
going to be
also
on the Independence of the Seas, I think.
I have a friend of mine who's also a YouTuber, Rob Fuzz, who puts together the John Bon Jovi cruise every year.
Gotcha.
He's right up in your neck of the woods there, up on the East Coast. He's
Okay.
actually in New Jersey.
Well, about I don't know, like in 2009 maybe or something like that. I think it was in maybe 2008, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
I went running around all around southern Pennsylvania to all these bars because a local Anheuser-Busch distributor was giving away 10 spots
Mhm.
to get. So it was going to be 1 in 10 people. So like 1 out of those 10 people were going to get picked to get on this private Royal Caribbean cruise to go to Coco Cay to see a private concert by Dave Matthews.
Yep.
Right. And I'm a big Dave Matthews fan. So my girlfriend, now my wife, but my girlfriend at the time, she and I went running around to all these bars all over. And on the last night of the contest, I got picked. So,
Wow.
so we were like one of the 10 people, but we didn't get picked, obviously. But that would have been the most amazing.
Oh, so you had to go around to get. You had to go to all the different bars to try to get to be in the 10, and then they took 1 from the 10.
Yeah, I took 1 from the 10. Yep. Okay. So I like actually the last one was at this bar in downtown York.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I got actually picked to be one of the 10.
Okay.
So, because like I had got to know the guy that worked for the distributor, and because I had been at like every bar, and he finally, you know, like after the first or second night or whatever, he knew me. And you put your name into a drawing, and he would draw, you know, a name. So on the last night, he said to my girlfriend at the time, I drew some guy's name, and I've been calling his name for like 10 minutes, and he's not answering. So if he doesn't answer in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to pick Scott.
Nice.
So he didn't, so he picked me.
Cool.
Gotcha.
But then I didn't get picked. So
You got a lot closer.
oh yeah, I mean, like that would have been like just like the most incredible ever to go to Coco Cay before they transformed it, obviously, right? Because it was way back then. But to go there and like see a private concert by Dave Matthews, oh my god, it would have been amazing.
So speaking of Dave Matthews,
Yep.
Scott, you might want to go on YouTube and look up the Holderness family.
Okay.
They just put out a new one. Dave Matthews narrates yard work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm
I actually seen that when I was waiting for
Bama's
something
new
earlier.
theme song. I sent it to Eddie.
I checked out the other ones you sent me to. It's like the one with the people falling and getting hit with a fish in the face. Oh my god!
Oh yeah, I sent you all a bunch of weird stuff, don't I?
And the Disney, I am not putting that anywhere. I'm gonna hear so much flashback, and
But that is so true.
it is 100%. If anybody wants to hear it, I will send it to you. But I am not gonna put it on my page. I don't want to get shot.
Play it on your page.
No, no,
No,
maybe your
it's
page,
bad.
but no. What's up,
I got
Scott?
it too.
No
I
way
watched
that
it too.
I'm putting that out there. I don't want to get killed because it's gonna.
Yeah.
It's wow.
Yeah,
It's amazing, but
bad.
hey, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you awake?
A little bit.
You look tired,
What's
my man.
going on, Scott?
Hey, Scott.
Lots of scheduling shows.
Very good, very good.
Yep.
All right, where's that echo coming from?
Echo? Go. I don't have any echo. Go.
It came for a second, but now it's gone.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to go poo poo or something. Go right ahead.
What?
Take care of some business. Mr. Mike B, how's the sale going?
It's not going.
Oh, okay. But you
All right, I'll tell you what. It's really super warm down there. How much I'm coming? I'll buy it.
Well, I'm asking 345, so
What a bargain!
yeah, practically giving it away.
I know.
Yep.
In today's market, for sure. Yep.
And it included Chris Batty selling his house.
I mean,
Real good heat.
There's been people looking, but you know,
Do you know where you're going yet?
I kind of got an idea. I've been finding some places that's in my price range,
Mm-hmm.
so I'll probably do like a big reveal on that or something.
Cool.
Good luck with that, sir.
I was a little worried, right? I don't know if you heard us talking about it the other day or whatever. I was saying like he doesn't even know where he's going.
Well, I mean, you know, sometimes you just gotta rip the Band-Aid off and just
Yeah.
go all in. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just looking for a change, something different. Plus, you know, there's really nothing. I mean, you know, Texas will always be my home for sure, but there's really nothing down here for me anymore except for
Gotcha.
the cruise port. You know, that's
Yeah.
that's been the only thing for me.
So
I'm just ready for something new.
Plus, there's not enough diversity in that port. You know, it's
Yeah.
like you go to Galveston. It's like, do you want to go to Cozumel or Cozumel? Or how about Cozumel? Oh,
Yeah.
wait. How about Cozumel?
Costa Maya
And Progresso.
or Roatan.
Belize.
Or
You better
Cosmo.
believe it. You can see it.
Oh, but then 1 out of every 10 cruises from Galveston also goes to Cozumel.
Yes. And then the other one goes out to Key West, Nassau, Freeport, and at least Princess Keys, because that's
Yeah.
where we went from
Right.
Galveston.
Yeah.
That was amazing. It really was, but it was cold on embarkation day.
cold.
Really
Well,
cold.
I am doing all the because I got that 14-day on the Dream next year, and we're hitting all the
Mhm.
St. Martin, St. Thomas, all the Saints, San Juan,
Yep.
Grand Turk. I forget the other. There's a couple others in there. So I mean that's why I saw that cruise, and it was like, man, you don't get those too often out of Galveston. So
That's why he decided not to hang out with us. We're not good enough for him, so he's gonna go on the dream by himself. So
I mean, I was all ready to do it, but man, when Carnival sent me that offer, I was like, man,
hey, take it.
Yep.
No problem, my man. It's
That
I'm
offer.
ready to go. You know,
a great deal too.
So I saw this Carnival. I think it was on Legend out of Baltimore. Leaves the day after tomorrow. Right. And interior was $100.
yeah.
Some of these speakers.
I was like, oh wait. Went into Navigator. Sorry, this sailing is unavailable. I'm like, well then why tell me about it?
Just to get your
But
hopes
if it
up.
was like, if it would have been like, you know, the room all the way in the front or whatever, like one or the room like right up against the back of the elevator shaft or whatever for $100, I'd have been on it.
Yep.
Definitely. I want to let you guys know that House of X had a great show tonight. They interviewed me, so please, if you get a chance, check out on replay. Give them some props. Great people, and they ever ask you to come in and do a interview with them, please do so. Very
It was a great interview. I really enjoyed it.
and they are joining us on the Boost Cruise next year. So definitely, it's gonna be great.
Well, I think I'm scheduled to be interviewed by House of X on August 24th.
Nice.
That's
All right,
what's up.
cool.
So
Very good.
No one ever wants to interview me.
You gotta put yourself out there, homie.
Yep.
You know, you gotta stop going to that corner of yours and be
I
more.
wore a dress. I'm pretty sure I put myself out there.
Yeah. Yep. You definitely take the cake on that one.
Yep, you took
That's
one
for
for the
sure.
team. You took one for the team. Yes.
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if that's me, Sherry, because like I have nothing else open. So
I'm not really hearing an echo.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think it's me, and I never echo.
Yeah. It was whatchamacallit, Scott Master Drill was saying something and Ross said something at the same time that sounded like an echo, but it's not. It's happened. Ross is there. You go. Now he's seen. So, but that's what I heard. So I thought it
I
was.
mean, I hear it too, right? So I don't think it's for me. But
It's not me. I got everything else off.
Yeah.
This
The only echo I got here is my wife next to me.
Mike, get in the stream. We need to be in compliance.
Yeah.
Well, there's two Scots. I got two mics, so we're good. We're doing pretty good so far. So
Yeah, I got
we need another Ross and another Eddie. Eddie Caudillo needs to be here, and Ross from that show. What was it?
Friends.
There you go. You could come in and
look,
do
it's
it for us.
it's freezing here right now. I'm
73, baby.
I'm
Come on.
so
Nice.
cold.
Nice.
72.
It's so cold.
Oh, that would be dreamy.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
just saying.
Well, it's 75 here, Scott.
That would be awesome.
Yes, it's nice. 72 in the house, 75 outside, because it was raining a little while ago. Big time. We got a storm coming through here. Look
Oh,
at that.
that's even nicer, Ross.
Yes.
And there's
It's
no
actually only 74 here.
Yeah, there's
thought it was
almost
hotter than
no
that.
humidity here today either. So
Yeah, but look at next week when I go out and do the live stream on Thursday.
Yep.
Ooh, nice.
95?
That's like
95 with 60% humidity,
Oh,
11% chance of rain.
hey, Clock, I'm not gonna like talk too much about it like here on the live stream or whatever, but I assume since I did not hear back from you that you got all of that vax stuff figured out.
Nah, my sister like went a different route. I think she's looking at Punta Cana now.
All right.
So I don't know.
You can book
We'll
that through
see.
vax.
Yeah. I mean, I guess she already talked to somebody else. I don't know.
Really?
I'm going to see her tomorrow. And I'll ask her.
wow.
So did you at least get access to vax?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes. I believe so. I had to go in there and like tell them like what program I wanted to get access to. And I think I did like Apple Vacations.
Oh,
Apple Vacations.
oh, really?
What is
Well,
that about?
I thought that was one of the ones that you said, so I just put that in there. But I mean, I can do all of them now that I got a login.
I was gonna say, now that you have a login, you should have access to them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just haven't even messed with it lately.
I mean, I'm gonna poke that. Oh my God, a blue one too.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know here, Eddie. I don't know if I can share this out here real quick. Just give it a minute.
Right. Okay.
I don't know if it's there. I can't see.
Yeah,
if it's
I'm
there
gonna
yet.
add it to the stream.
All right. So
Nice.
You can't see it, but this drop down here, then you should be able to drop that down. And there you should have FunJet, Apple, Travel Impressions, Blue Sky Tours, United Vacations, Southwest Vacations, Universal Parks and Resorts Orlando, Universal Parks or Hollywood, SeaWorld Vacations, Discovery Cove Vacations, Sesame Place Vacations, Busch Garden Vacations, and TNT Vacations.
And
All under that.
Right
there. So that's what you should have under Vax. So
Holy mama, that's a lot of stuff.
then you just pick whichever one you want. I mean, the only bookings I do in Vax are through FunJet, Apple, and Southwest. I don't do anything else. So
Scott W, that 100.
I'm talking about it now.
I said that 100 temperature, you could keep that in Arizona. I don't want none of that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I can't hear you, Scott. Are you muted? Nope, can't hear you. See your mouth moving, but can't hear you.
Check the volume on your.
Yeah.
Either that or go into the settings on StreamYard. Make sure you've got the right mic selected under audio.
Or either that or stop drinking. Squirrel! Snapple. I used to do a lot of Snapples back in the day. First
Apples are good.
Little lamb. But yeah, that it's 91 in New York. Oh, it could be a heat wave. Oh, I don't like those. They were sucky when every time we had a heat wave up there.
I think it's supposed to warm up here the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Or like next week. I think next Tuesday is 90, next Wednesday is 92, next Thursday is 93. Ooh, Friday 98. Nice.
Oh, you are in love.
Nice.
Is that going to be barbecue day right there for you, Scott?
Probably.
I'm looking forward to that for sure.
Put a little extra heat on it.
Either that or going
You'll
outside
feel right
and
at home.
hard. Hell no.
Mm-mm.
You can deal with stuff like that. I don't know. Even though Saturday, I think it was in the late 80s, and I still went outside and I was out there for 2.5 hours doing the yard, running around, and it didn't feel too bad.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go over to my mother-in-law's this evening and fix a downspout from her gutter. And it was a bit chilly.
Chilly.
In the 70s in Chile.
It was probably about 80 by then, right? It was a little chilly.
Oh my God.
You must be in a wind tunnel.
Are we going to talk about the bull in the China shop from March of 2025 on the Carnival Pride?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
The nude cruise.
Let's talk about it.
Wow.
That ship's still out, right? They're still floating out there in the Baltic Sea.
Yeah, it's still got a propulsion issue.
That's gonna become the poop cruise number 2.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit in our morning show the other day. Like when I first found out about it, I was just like, ugh, I had to go on that ship right after it. I was afraid to sit down anywhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, the only thing I have a question is, the old school muster drills is kind of tight quarters. I bet it's poke in the back.
Right.
Well, good thing they have to dress to go to the dining facilities because, you walk in and, waiter, there's a hair in my soup. And they said, oh, it is a nude cruise. The chefs are nude too.
Forget about it. Hell no. Yep, that too.
That topic was brought up last night on the Parkers. It went on for an hour and a half.
Nice.
And it got pretty darn raunchy.
I'm glad.
Have luxury travel, Amanda. She always freaked out about the nude cruise. So every time I get a chance, I was like, back in my first sailing on the nude cruise on Carnival Pride, She's like, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, walk away from me. I don't know you. What time, Ross? I know you were gone from Pockets on the Go.
Yeah.
So I was there for a while, and then me and Alice started doing something else. So I went away because I didn't see you, so I went away. I guess you must have came in after me.
Yeah, I came back. I had to take care of something.
Yeah, you had some what you might call it friends over or something. Yeah, something going on.
I had company over.
Yes, there you go. That's I couldn't think of the word that the right word to say. We're back. We could.
I'm back.
All right.
All right.
I've been using.
We still can't hear you though.
Just messing with you.
We just see your mouth moving. We still can't hear you.
Yes. Just
Scott
a
is messing
little
with you,
bit.
Scott. Scott's messing with you, Scott. Scott.
We can hear you poquito, just a little bit.
Muy poquito.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
No.
No.
Yes.
I can hear you, Scott.
We're messing with you, man. We're messing with you.
I can hear
Come on,
you.
you're the rookie of the panel, so we got to mess with
I
you.
don't know what's wrong with the computers over there on their end, but yes, we can hear you.
Nothing in Arizona. It's a
So I've been
Texas.
using two computers.
Excuse me.
Using the other computer to kind of stream, and it's been going well. I don't know what happened tonight, but I know this one has kind of been my work computer. It still works, and I know it's good for live streams, but I have other things like soundboards and other things saved on that computer, and I'm like trying to use that more towards live streaming. The one thing is I suck at tech. That's the other back end.
Have you shut it down lately?
I shut it down all the time. It's a Windows, so it's a
Okay,
regular.
because
I'm sorry.
I got an Apple here, and every once in a while, I'll try to go up on my live, and I won't have I can't hear, and they can't hear me. And
That's the one that's
so I
not
got to
failed.
shut
My
it down.
Apple
And
is
restart it.
great. My Apple is. I know I can open that thing, boom, but I don't know.
Well, RAM gets resonated after a while, so because it's static, the only way to clear it out is to deprive it of power.
Okay.
Yep.
Which probably have to do. But we're good. Now I'm good.
See that Jennifer, it's in the chat. Welcome in.
Hello.
Welcome in.
Hi, Jennifer.
Appreciate you
Hello.
popping here. And by the way, I'm going to send you the link. If it's up to you, if you want, you feel like coming in, you'll be all right. And there it goes. So very good. Just in case, you know, no pressure whatsoever. You know, until it happens again. So.
You just have to be careful. There's a lot of testosterone in here.
Oh, and hey, Mike, I wanted to tell you that even though your cabin tours are nothing new to me, like even though I've been in all those cabins and stuff like that, I think you're doing a really good job on them. You know, especially for somebody who's not familiar with, you know, like a Royal Caribbean cabin or whatever. So you should definitely keep them going. So, I wasn't talking to you, Clock.
That's what I figured.
No, seriously, no. Seriously, both mics. Seriously.
Appreciate it.
About the only thing that cracked me up about your last one, Clock, is that during the beginning of the tour and everything, right? Like it was what it was, and then at the end of the tour, I kind of saw Ricky hiding behind you a little bit, and I thought to myself, he didn't tell Ricky, "Hey, look, and I'm doing a tour video here. Get out."
Normally, she doesn't go in the room. Normally, I go in there and get it myself, and then she'll come in.
Gotcha. No, but seriously, both of you guys have been doing cabin tours lately, so I think you're both doing a really good job. Like you're not leaving anything out, you're not missing anything. So
Appreciate it. Those get a lot of views for me for some reason. So
They do.
yeah, I mean, people are curious. You know, I mean, that's the big thing, right? People are about to go on. You know, like I won't be surprised if those videos are still getting views and even comments, maybe a year from now.
yeah, I get
I
it.
get that's my most viewed things is my cabin tours.
Cabin tours.
Right. Yeah.
I've been watching a bunch of them for Margaritaville at Sea, so it's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
No margarita for me yet. Unless I get lucky when it says I happen to be in Florida, and then we just go in.
I put those goofy thumbnails on there, and then it draws people in too.
Yeah, I mean, thumbnails are what's is a key component. All right, where the heck is the echo? Come on, I have one window open. It's not me. I swear to God.
I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All I
8,
have is the StreamYard window open. I don't have any other
13,
window open.
14. I only have 14 windows open.
14.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, Elia, what's up?
Sound like somebody's in training.
No, that's what it was.
That's exactly what it sounds like. I remember when I was in training, I'm like, whoa, I know my computer's going to brick like right now. I got to shut some of this stuff down. And it's all video.
I was trying to do my final exam for Royal Caribbean because I was like, oh, we got 15 minutes left. I can get this done. So I get in there and I get 5 questions deep, and all of a sudden I hear, doon, 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 doon. So Eddie's putting the countdown on me. I'm like, oh, thanks, Eddie. I had 15 minutes.
I know. Right. I was in here for like a good 5 minutes talking, and I was talking to Ross and everything else. And I looked up there. I was like, "Oh, we're live! Like that says live. Like,
it sure ain't Memorex.
It came in with the ongoing conversation, so I was like,
I know, right? Like I came in, I'm thinking, oh, cool, we're just hanging out. Okay, we're getting ready to go. You know, we got.
I was only hanging out in the stream 35 minutes before it started.
I saw people on the chat saying, mate, we're going in. That's what I do in the morning to my 7:15. Sometimes I hit 7:02, 7:03. I see people in the chat. I go in.
Eddie, seriously, I was looking at how big that yard was. I was like, oh my gosh, if I had a yard like that, man, I would have like 100 bee colonies.
It's
seriously like I need a yard like yours, man.
Yeah,
for sure.
We still got a nice piece of land behind us. Another like.
I know. I was surprised. I mean, I couldn't see it all, right? But I could see enough of it. I was just like, good Lord, that is a lot of land.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's why I'm glad we got the writing machine now, because before with a push machine, it was taking us days just to get it done. Now with the writing, within a couple hours, I could do most of it. I still got a section that I still gotta do. Hopefully tomorrow afternoon I'll be able to go out there. If we get a nice sunny day, early morning, and it stays like that. We order rain that tonight. I don't know. A lot of that stuff is gonna start growing fast.
Yeah.
So to do redo the whole yard again, but at least it's less.
Hey, Kevin.
But, yeah, back there. Yes, sir.
Kevin's in the house.
Yeah, Kevin's in the house.
All right, Tuba Chat. How you doing? We share.
I believe in asphalt.
Come on, Kevin.
The more asphalt, the better.
We do want to extend the driveway here all the way to the back of the house, so I could do the another ramp in the back. We also want to do a platform way in the back, so we could have our grill and other stuff back there. You have like a little section.
I saw this 2-year-old Facebook memory. I thought, oh, look at all those New York plates, man.
I got a whole bunch of plates that I'm gonna put in the back porch. Once we get a screen, we're gonna set up the tables and everything that we have back there, set them up real nice, and all my license plates, they're going on that wall. So it'll be like a talk when people come over.
I was telling my wife, I was like, New York City is the only place I've ever been where the Uber and Lyft app actually offer an option for a black car.
Oh, that's in Chicago too.
Oh, really? In Chicago?
Miami, Orlando.
Well, I've never seen it in Miami. Like, not when I'm in Miami. I've never seen it come up in the app, and I've never been to Chicago. So, but every time I'm in New York, I always see it as an additional option. I'm like, you know what? I don't care what color the car is. Just pick me up and get me to that damn ship already.
PCs.
Them,
I like calling car service.
I mean, we can't all go to our child's house, go out on the balcony, jump on the zip line, fly down across the city line, drop off on top of the ship, you know, and say, I'm here. Let's go. Right, Jeremy?
Vámonos. Hey, Eric, how you doing? Thanks for popping into Bama is back. How you doing? Good evening, Jeremy. Destination Fun says Denver offers that car. I was drunk one. What? Sherry.
Drunk one night.
Oh, I
so
imagine.
cool,
Yeah,
right?
like I never looked at it to see how much money it was. I'm just curious. I mean, I was just kind of fascinated by the fact that it was actually an option. It's like somebody really cares about the color of the car.
Well, in New York, it's black cars everywhere,
Yeah,
especially
right.
the DC limousine service. They are
Right, I know, because when I was being picked up by my just like a standard Uber or whatever the first time I was there, and the guy called me, or he was texting me in the app, and he was like, "I'm in the black." This is what he said to me. He's like, "I'm in the black Honda Accord." I was like, "Yeah, like there's not 100,000 of those within a block of where I'm at, right?
Yep.
Like which black Honda Accord?" You
Yeah,
know?
you got that right. Scott, look at Mike background. Look where he's
Oh,
at.
I know.
outside.
I know. It's the whole daytime flex. When it's like bedtime here, and he's still flexing the daytime light there. I got it.
Mike is pitch black here in Georgia.
I know.
I'm outside.
I know.
No,
Look at it.
no shit.
Hey,
Of
spin
course
that
you're
camera
outside.
back around again. Spin the camera around again. Hi, Rihanna.
Rihanna.
Hey!
Hi,
Hola!
Rihanna.
Hey, bambina, ¿qué se dice? ¿Cómo se va? ¿Cómo estás? You're let outside, huh?
Yep.
Feels good, right?
Oh yeah.
See, you've been
Where's your hat at?
you've been out of punishment. I see that you're outside now, so that's good.
I know, right?
for you.
90-something degrees outside, no hat on. I'm not sure about that.
Not me.
Well, it's 82 degrees
I
right now.
gotta protect my neck.
He's
Yeah,
getting
it's
the tan. Mike's outside getting the tan. Look at him. Come down here for a bit. See what happens.
I know, right?
Wait till you come to Tampa. You're gonna be like, man, it's 8 o'clock and it's getting this
Well,
dark.
I'm wearing
already."
sandals. I'm wearing sandals.
I see.
That's what's up. Kelly and Tammy just made it in.
Hey, Kelly, Tammy, how you doing?
Hey,
See, now it's doing it with controversial cruising, doing the extra repeated. I don't know why it's doing that. It's StreamYard. It's not YouTube.
Yeah.
Kind of mess up, but it was doing it to me the other night. It was doing that every time I typed. It lined up with a bunch. Who knows?
It's Gremlins.
Yeah.
I got a second little stream. Look how adorable this little guy is.
Oh, that's cute.
He's so small and adorable compared to his like big ass brother here.
How much was the small one?
What's that?
How much was the small one?
I think I got it for like 59 or something like that. It was a Prime Day thing.
Oh,
So,
I get you.
I think it's normally like $80. So the
You
small
get-
one.
you got any sounds in it already?
No, the only thing I have on the small ones is the news.
Okay. Good morning, news with.
I have my hey, don't forget to subscribe.
Oh, okay.
And then I have my key light control, which, you know, makes my face look pasty.
Yeah, I had to turn mine down.
Well, listen, key lights only go down to 3%. Mine are at 5%. So I don't think there'll be that much of a difference between 3 and 5%. Now, I have the key lights on in the morning.
Yeah.
Makes a little bit more sense.
Mhm.
But in the evening here, you know, I don't have them on. So,
Okie dokie.
but yeah, I mean, the little one is just for that kind of stuff. So I don't have to take up valuable real estate, you know, on the other one. So I can like have space for things like
Viva la raza!
What happened?
And we cannot forget the most important button on this entire sound deck.
Texas,
That one.
Texas, Texas, Texas,
I knew it.
Texas, Texas, Texas.
You can put it in the mix.
FBI, open up!
Jeremy, they're looking for you.
Perhaps.
Mike's like, is that CSIS? CSIS, boom, boom, boom. CSIS, open up.
Cease on this, cease on that. That's the NCIS kind of type of deal.
I mean, V was talking about that. V was, I guess,
Yeah.
saying that CSIS is the Canadian equivalent to the FBI. So, who knew?
I hear that name, I'll be laughing. Like, what?
Right.
I know.
What kind of quarters are you talking about?
I know it's it's almost as gay as the cops on horses.
We got those in New York. And
I know. We actually, believe it or not, we actually have them here too in Harrisburg.
meow.
So
You freaking horses, don't mess with them. Those things will hit you and they kick you. That's it. You're done. You're going someplace else besides the hospital.
They'll bite you too.
And let's
Yeah,
not,
big
and
time.
let's not start talking about the road apples they leave behind.
Yeah, you got that right. Big ones too.
Yeah,
Brown and
step on them,
smelly.
you're gonna slide.
We have Amish around here, so there's always road apples all over the place.
Oh
So I
my
always tell the
god.
kids, "You want some road apples?"
So is it an Amish paradise?
You gotta drive with them windows up. Otherwise, in the summer now, forget about it. Ooh, no. You got somebody cleaning them up after?
No,
No.
we're in the country.
Jeremy, I meant to ask you in the chat or whatever that I send you that link to that YouTube video for like that Galveston cam.
Yep,
Did you look at it?
I did.
Okay, is
and
that the hole?
what hole?
We're
the,
talking about the hole in your cellular network.
Wi-Fi,
Is
yeah,
that the hole?
Wi-Fi.
Yes, that's what it's looking like. It begins at Wendy's and goes all the way to the park.
Well, I know that you were showing like the pier this morning, and the pier was
Mhm.
in that video as well, right? And you said that was where the hole was, right?
That's where it
So,
is.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Eddie, can you? I was looking at what I was distracted by was the fact that we have reverse lighting on Scott and I, and it was like it was accenting the video just right with them end to end like that.
Oh,
Okay, let me bring you back up then.
yeah, bring you back up.
There you go. How about now?
There you go.
Wonderful. It's good on the eyes. I'm just saying.
Some more.
Sure.
I'm
That's
trying
just how
to.
Yeah, but see, listen, but like up in this corner though, like I have to object to being in the corner, okay? And the reason why is because you cannot see.
Oh, okay.
You cannot
Yeah,
see
that's
my, subscribe.
I
when
think it's best when
being
Ross is.
covered up by it's being covered up by the logo that says Alice Eddie Lugo Studios.
Yep. Hey, during your interview with House of X tonight, you gave us a little insight as to how your channel started. And whenever you said Alice just showed up with a phone and said you got a channel, I'm like, so it really is Alice Lugo Studios.
I know. I was like, that's what the executive does,
Right.
right? Makes things happen.
Yep. So it's a subsidiary.
Well, this is the best I could do.
That's,
Three mics
that's
together,
perfect, Eddie.
discuss
That's perfect.
together.
That's perfect.
You're away from the logo now. The Eddie Lugo Studios logo.
I love the logo. It just covers up my, hard work.
Well, if you put yourself up there, Eddie, it would take away the need for you to put it on your shirt, unless you just want to do double.
Yeah, right.
See what I mean? You could be up there with your logo already in the frame.
I want to be in the corner.
Clock, I never asked you. Did you design that, or did you pay somebody
No.
to do that?
He's
I
not
paid
that artistic inclined,
No.
so he pays
Fiverr.
somebody else to do it.
Yeah. See, I hate C days, right? So one day on a C day, I was like, rather than being out on the ship on this
Ross, don't cry. I'm okay.
day, I sat
Don't
in
worry.
the
They're
cabin
picking on
on
me.
Canva on my laptop and designed my current logo.
I tried for about 5 minutes, and I was like, "Yeah, this isn't gonna happen."
Yeah.
I'm old school. I use Photoshop.
Well,
I'm
see, I
either
did,
more old school than you. I did drawing on my own.
Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, After Effects.
Right.
So this is why my logo, what it used to look like, right there.
Nice.
Okay.
Now this it got computer finish.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Right.
it's in that. See, got a little bit better done. So
Yep.
My intro video I did completely on Adobe After Effects on my channel.
Oh wow, Mike. At first, I thought that was a green screen, man. Seriously, that's a pretty cool sky.
yeah,
Right.
it's freaking clear too, man.
It's nice.
It's amazing how it's 8:37 there, and look at the clearness. You're outside like you could. Oh my god, you can see everything. You could ride your bike to what? Another half hour?
I was watering the plants.
I'm talking about my game says, I'm watering my plants. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Get with the program here. What's going on? Oh, he's muted too. Oye, ¿qué pasa? Sprechen. Oy, 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 oy. So what's going on, guys? So what's everybody doing this weekend? I know Mr. Mike here is working on his house, trying to do a nice sale and get some a nice amount. The other Mike up here, he's working on watering plants right now. It's been a homebody. The other Mike is probably going to sleep.
Isn't the whole hydroponic thing supposed to be that you don't have to water them?
Well, we got plants in the house too, so.
Gotcha.
Nice. And I mean, are we talking cucumbers and tomatoes, or are we talking flowers here?
Oh, we got flowers out here right now. I'm wondering.
Nice.
You guys ever
Flowers,
finished the
it's
garden?
actually warm enough in Canada for flowers to grow.
Yes.
How about the garden you guys were going to work on? Is that still going?
Oh yeah.
Are you planning anything yet? Oh, the
Eddie
boss
threw
is
me
here.
in the basement.
And then he must have got punished. I'm talking about flowers. Hey, Superman Tinkerbird is here too. How's everyone doing tonight? Saying hello from North Carolina. Hello, hello. We're doing good.
The most military-friendly
over
state
here.
in the union.
Oh, we got somebody else. He's back.
Right
Papa
there.
Chu's back. Hey, Superman, doing awesome. Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Nice. How are you?
My garden was a total failure this year, thanks to the rabbits and the squirrels.
Oh.
No good.
I see weed in that garden.
Wait a minute. Who changed
And then we
this?
got flowers here.
Jeremy, did you make some changes here again?
Hang on, let me see if I even can. No, I can't. It's I think somebody popped out and then popped back in, and
Well,
it
Mike popped out and back in.
Mickey here. Mickey
That's
Mouse
what
is
did it.
this one here.
They'll kick me out.
You missed out my my thing.
It's that Canadian data network.
That's the Wi-Fi.
There you go. Now we're back to where we were. Good.
Is that Comcast?
What is it, Mike? What kind of Wi-Fi you got up there? Cable company.
Tell us.
Oh, tell us. Okay, I heard of them before. Okay. Hey, at least it's something good going on. Sharon, as long as our lights don't go out, we're good. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's going on.
Cruising is fun anytime is in the chat. Welcome.
Ooh, the
Welcome.
boss.
Texas.
Nice. You and your kids there.
Is that like somebody near a dog kennel or what?
This guy out above you. They got three dogs. And a cat. One or two cats. Something like that. We got two cats here, and they're sometimes they are.
By the way, I saw a TikTok the other day, Mike, that said that German ketchup has 3 ingredients, and there's 14 ingredients in the United States ketchup. I'm thinking, yep, see, Germany and Canada, healthy ketchup.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. U.S. ketchup, colon cancer.
That's why you put the ketchup on a hot dog.
Good point.
That's how I eat it.
My wife still puts ketchup on her eggs. I'm like, what are you, 5?
I do too. Yeah.
I put pecani sauce on mine.
See, now there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Right.
So like a little
That's how you get, colon
or
cancer.
something like that, but
Pico is good on eggs too.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Ketchup.
I don't know how you guys in Texas do that. Taste.
Breakfast tacos. That's what goes on them. Pico.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, it's all natural.
You'll find
Can't
out.
go wrong with pico. It's fresh.
So you get some bells on the road too. As you're galloping on the street.
Oh, we just got stomachs of steel. I don't know what it is. It's like we're all Dr. Pepper and Pico de Gallo. And I was born and raised in Louisiana. I got here and I'm like, wow, I got to get used to this. But it was just amazing. You know, the taco truck kept calling me. So that's where I ended up a lot of times because the tacos down here are just amazing.
So great, Alice. So you and Beth can have breakfast together on the way to Bermuda. Okay. And you know, you guys can pass the ketchup.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh Lord.
In Chicago, what they've done at Sox Park is at the hot dog stand in the outfield. If you order ketchup on a hot dog or see ketchup, they see you putting ketchup on a hot dog, they ring a very loud bell.
Yeah.
The ketchup does not belong on hot dogs here.
Right, exactly. Mustard and onions.
And hot peppers and jalapenos and
I mean, listen, you can put chili, cheese, whatever you want, mustard, onions, or whatever. No ketchup.
Cheese only for me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm allergic to mustard, so
Chili, cheese, mustard, onions, and cheese.
Cheese.
I like those bacon wrap hot dogs that used to be able to get out there in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those are good. So I'm about to get on Oasis, and one of the great things about Oasis class is the doghouse out on the boardwalk. So they've got hot dogs and like usually 3 or 4 different types of sausages or whatever. You know, it's kind of like my Royal Caribbean Oasis equivalent to Blue Iguana chicken tacos.
As far as I'm concerned, that should be opened almost 24 hours.
The doghouse, you mean?
Yes.
I agree.
It's something you could eat anytime. You can grab one when you're going to when you're going to the theater at night, the Aqua Theater.
Yes.
And it's crazy. Every single time I'm like, man, I wish I would. Let me go get one of them sausages. I walk out there and it's closed. I'm like, man, this sucks.
So now, when I was on Mariner, I discovered that they put a doghouse on Mariner on the pool deck back in the one corner. Right now, I was on Adventure, and I can't remember if there was one there or not. but definitely on Mariner. But of course, always on Oasis. So,
Scott, have you been to the barbecue place yet on the Oasis?
no. So listen. So I was actually telling my wife the other day. I was like, listen. I was like Ross from Orange Cone Vlogs. I was saying about how good the barbecue place was. Of course, and last time we were on Oasis, we didn't go there. I said, so I'm definitely going to it this time. She's like, oh yeah, sure, go to it on the one I'm not on. And I'm like, well, I'll tell you all about it.
I'm picky about my barbecue. I'm very picky. I'm a Kansas City Barbecue Society sanctioned judge.
Right.
So I'm very particular.
Yeah. So like my two favorite barbecues are in this order, Memphis and Carolina. But I do like Kansas City because Kansas City is very similar to Memphis, right? It's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. So I do like it as well. But so anyway, so I told her about that. You had mentioned that it was really good. So I'm definitely going there this time around.
Don't miss the burnt ends.
Okay.
And if you like banana pudding, get the banana drink.
Okay. Yeah, so like if you're on Excel class on Royal, God, if you're on Excel class on Carnival, and you go to Guy's Pig and Anchor, they have a dessert. It's like a bourbon. It's like a small little. It's kind of like a small little tart, but it's like a bourbon something or whatever, right? Really, really good. I was actually very impressed with it. So.
I came close to trying it, but the Mississippi mud cake kept winning. Yeah, baby had got the apple crumble stuff, and I got the Mississippi mud, and I stuck with that.
Gotcha.
Both times we went.
One thing I can say is everybody overlooks the dessert at Chops. The red velvet cake is the best thing on their menu.
Yeah.
So
like my wife's favorite cake is red velvet cake, and and we don't go to Chops all the time, but when we do, she definitely gets it. So
okay.
Like the key lime meringue pie they got. It's pretty good.
Get ready to get some in Key West. Whoever goes to Key West with me, we're gonna get some key lime pie down there. That's the real thing.
Where, from Kermit's?
From where?
From Kermit's?
I believe so.
Yeah, Kermit's is the originator.
Yeah. The green building on the corner. Definitely. I want to stop there. I'm hoping to get my brother to come down with his van. And so we go all right with him, and he could take us around Key West.
I was in Key West. I got the chocolate dipped key lime pie.
Yes.
And that was wonderful.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yep.
Definitely, I wanna get a lobster roll also. Try it out. The difference on the lobster from Florida, how that tastes.
And believe it or not, like Key West has a big Cuban community.
Yes.
So literally, one of the best Cuban sandwiches I ever had was in Key West. So
and, hopefully, you get a shot of un cortadito Cuban coffee. Oh, all you need is one.
Yeah.
The best Cuban sandwich I had was in Miami at Versailles.
Versailles, yeah. Calle Ocho is another place. La Carreta is another great restaurant to go to. They got some great stuff there. Well, all Calle Ocho, they have a lot of these mom and pops bakeries there, and you got some good stuff. Last time we were there in Miami.
When we were in Miami, we stayed over in Brickell at the JW Marriott.
Yeah.
We really didn't get out that night. We were just exhausted, and we didn't want to hang around Brickell too much because of the scene per se.
I love Brickell. Brickell is my favorite place in Miami. Like I used to stay in Biscayne Bay, but now if I absolutely cannot stay in Brickell, then fine. But if at all possible, I try to stay in Brickell. So the last time I was in Miami, I stayed at the Marriott Aloft in Brickell, and great place, love it. So, but I love Brickell.
The only
my
reason why
favorite.
we stayed at the JW Marriott is the room that we had. We got it through Royal. The normal rate on it was $895 a night. We got it for $136 a person,
Nice.
Oh, nice.
and we had a quarter king room
Yeah.
facing the road, and it was
Right.
it was great. It was comfortable.
Right.
We spent a lot of time around the pool deck, and they have a stainless steel pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So with my travel agency, I have a lot of corporate credit cards.
Yeah.
So I've got a corporate Marriott Amex, corporate Hilton Amex, and corporate IHG card.
Okay.
So those are the three hotels I typically stay in, those chains. So Marriott, Hilton's, and it's probably in this order: Marriott, IHG, Hilton.
I try to stay at Marriott properties too, unless I'm at any Opryland property, because they have a problem, and the problem is that if you're a Bonvoy member or anything like that, or you're coming in from a convention, or if there's a major convention there, they're going to take the conventioneers in first, and they're going to end up walking you to another hotel.
Gotcha.
And they've been doing that consistently at the Opryland properties.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I said, I like to stay in the Marriotts the most. I will, like I said, Hilton's is probably my third, and it's probably the only reason why it's the third is just because, just based on like availability and locations and stuff like that or whatever, it just never usually hits as well as Marriott's and IHG properties. And even on the IHG properties, like I usually only stay at like Crown Plazas, and Intercontinentals. Like I don't typically stay at like Holiday Inn. So
the lowest I'll go is Fairfield.
Yeah. Right. So believe it or not, so I'm actually when I go to New Jersey in a couple of weeks to get on Oasis, I'm staying in a Fairfield. And it's probably the first time I've stayed in a Fairfield in years. So I usually stay in either Courtyards, Residence Inns, or Delta.
I mainly do Westons, JWs.
So the last time I was in Jersey was when I was on the last time I was there by myself was when I got on an adventure to go to Bermuda, and I stayed at the Delta in Basking Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, when we go to Alaska, we have our hotel set. We're staying right across the street from the Norwegian Pier at the Marriott.
Oh yeah, I heard about that one.
Yeah, and I think when we were in Jersey in January and we got on Anthem, we stayed at the Residence in Woodbridge.
Okay, Jersey.
Yeah,
I
Jersey.
do Days Inn, Motel 6, and Choice Hotels.
I stay at the ones that no one else wants to stay in. I tell the wife they're 4 stars. She just doesn't know they're out of 10.
Oh, that was funny. That was
good. That was good. Midlife Travels is in the house.
Hey, man. Oh, my God. That's messed
Welcome
up.
to the party.
Late night, buddy.
Oh, you're
Yes,
early.
yes. We got Tinkerbell here. Destiny Fun still here. Sharon, Alice, Lugo Studios still here. Kyle L. Daly, Superman, still here. Very good. Controversial Cruising's fun anytime. Jennifer still here. How you doing? Bama is somewhere. Oh my lord, I'm like behind here. Rihanna Weekly Extras is also here. Najuma Brown, hello. Mac and Rihanna, Mike, still daylight. I saw you eating ice cream. Don't be laughing. I saw you. You're not sharing either. So, don't worry.
Unacceptable.
I'm looking forward to any vlogs that you produce from Margaritaville.
Scott.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I'm curious whether or not, like, I'm just kind of like, I know what my experience was on Margaritaville, and I probably didn't even vlog it to its justice. So I'm just I'm every time I see somebody on Margaritaville, I'm always curious as to what aspect or what perspective they're going to bring. I haven't been disappointed with an Margaritaville at sea vlog yet, no matter what the channel is, but I always see something a little bit different. But like, even when I sit and think about it in my mind, like, which I didn't, like I said, I obviously didn't vlog it to the extent that I experienced it. But yeah, I mean, honestly, really thoroughly.
No, it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm going to also vlog a brewery tour in South Florida.
Okay.
Going from Fort Lauderdale all the way up to West Palm. And I'm going to do a little brewery tour there. And I'm also going to try to go live on the ship, but I also have some content and some videos and vlogs and things that I'm going to report on the ship too as well. So,
right. So now, do you drink?
I do.
Okay. So the drink package, I don't know what the drink package is now, but it was $99, which I thought was reasonable for 10 drinks, right? So
they do it two different ways. They have a premium drink package, which is basically any drink that you want is covered, and that's $129. They call that premium. Right. $99 is boat drinks, and that covers 10 drinks under $12, which is
right. I mean, all I was drinking was margaritas, right? Because obviously you're on Margaritaville, right? I was like drinking margaritas, right? So yeah, and I got the $99 one with a wristband, right? And they just scan it.
Yes.
Right. So, but you get 10 drinks.
Yes.
And in 2 days, if you're going to drink more than 10 drinks in 10 days, but I mean, like more than 10 drinks in 2 days. So it's kind of like, if you're going to do that. But anyways, that's just what I got. But I was just really impressed with the ship, like overall, like all of the things. There was nothing spectacular about it. But at the same time, I was really impressed with how much was offered and the quality of it for a $49 2-day cruise.
Right. Exactly. I mean, you just have to go with, it's different when you're cruising and you have cruised before, because we have these expectations. But I mean, you just almost have to cruise with no expectations. It's just like a weekend getaway. And like you said, the drink package is 10 drinks. And if you're going to do, the 10 drinks in 2 days, it's great. And what I did too, I also found you don't have to. Let's say you and I were going together and you don't drink. I can get the drink package and you don't.
Right. So now you can do, so a lot of people believe this about the kind of mainstream cruise lines. They're like, every adult in that cabin has to buy the drink package. That is actually not true. Like, the cruise line wants you to believe that. But if you go to the cruise line and say, listen, I don't drink, they will waive that requirement for you.
Yeah, better.
Sometimes they require you to get a soda package, though.
You do have to insist onto them, listen, I do not drink. And then they will let the other adult in that room buy the drink package without you buying it. However, if your card is scanned a single time for a drink, you are in
trouble.
You do.
Big to do.
Okay. Yes. So you cannot buy any drinks at all.
Right. Yeah. Right. And I also think it's good too, going on after the second renovation, being able to kind of, vlog the entertainment, vlog the new dining experience, vlog the cheeseburger in paradise. So that's also good.
So when I was on it, like on the aft part of the ship, like outside the buffet, right? So there's this bar, and then there's like a nice seating area and stuff. And the Cheeseburger in Paradise bar was there, like it was a space, and you could tell that it was, and there was a grill and stuff in there. They just were not utilizing it when I was on there, but now it's set up as this Cheeseburger in Paradise place. So I'm looking for an opportunity to be in South Florida and get back on it again.
Yeah.
Just so far, looking at sailings from South Florida, I'm not digging any of them yet, so I'm not on any of them yet. But as soon as I see one I want, Margaritaville at Sea is going to be part of that trip to South Florida for sure. And I think I still have like $100 Brightline credit.
Nice.
So I would take Brightline. Like I did last time, I would get off a ship in Miami or Fort Lauderdale and take Brightline up to West Palm.
Yep, I have Brightline booked for when I come back, so I'm gonna vlog that too. But I know you were talking about that on the morning.
Yeah, so like here's the thing. So if you do the premium ticket, like I've never been in any cars on Brightline except for the premium cars, which is cars 1 and 2.
Yep.
So I don't know what the other cars are like, but on the premium cars, on the left side of the left side of the train going north, it's just one seat.
Yeah.
And out on the ends, it's one seat and a table in between the two, and they're facing each other. But on the opposite side, it's 4 seats and a table on the ends, and in between, it's just kind of like your standard facing one way, 2 seats. Going. So I try to book one of the seats with the table, because then you have a place for your laptop, and there's plugs and stuff there for you to plug in and everything too. So
yep. And if you get the premium too, you can get the drinks. So even if you end up
correct, right? So I got on in the morning. I'd gotten off Celebration last time. Got on the train. They brought me like a little breakfast thing with like some apple slices and some cheese and stuff like that or whatever. And and I got drinks and stuff like that or whatever. Like I wasn't going to drink any alcohol that early in the morning. Like I know a lot of people say it's 5 o'clock somewhere. But for me, it has to be 5 o'clock where I am.
Yeah.
That's just the way I roll. So if it's not 5 o'clock where I am, then I don't care. So where it's 5 o'clock somewhere else. But anyway, but I mean, it was cool. And, it was a really great experience. I loved it. I vlogged a little bit of it. I didn't vlog a lot of it. So I think that vlog will be coming out in 2031. But anyway, but it was a great experience. So, and like when I was on Margaritaville, the lounges were great. The show was really great quality. When I came out of the show, I was surprised, like this kind of like area outside of the main theater. They had a guy there playing the piano, and there were a bunch of people kind of like sitting around and stuff like that. They really utilized the space well.
Yeah.
Just really, really like, and the shopping area, I was surprised, I'm
definitely going to the shopping area. That's for sure.
Just well done. So again, very disappointed in the vlog that made such national, attention about it. Because it just wasn't my experience.
Yeah. Did you also stop in Freeport too as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the only thing it does.
That's what I thought.
It just goes to Freeport and back. That's it. So, and even when it leaves Freeport, it goes out off of the island, like out. Like I don't know if it's international waters, but like it goes out far enough off the island. I mean, you can definitely see the island, see the lights from the island, and then it literally just crawls back. Because it's so close,
right?
And it's trying to make it a 2-day. And I was out there, like taking some pictures and stuff or whatever, and I was like, and I turned, and the dude, he was like, I've got a medical card. I'm like, we're in the Bahamas, man. I don't care what you do.
That's great.
You know, so but yeah, I mean, like I said, great experience. Really enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, I did not go to the main dining room, which I think is called Finn's.
Fins Up, I think.
Yeah, I think it's called Finn's or something like that. I just ate in the buffet.
Okay.
And I got some pizza.
Yes. Oh, I also heard there was only a window, like it's an hour window where it's free. Otherwise, you have to pay for it.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's like 10 different types of pizza you can get, but the only free ones are cheese, pepperoni, and sausage.
Okay.
And then the rest of them you have to pay for. And then in that same area, there's an Italian restaurant and stuff like that too. Again, didn't eat there, but it's an upcharge, you know, but didn't eat there, didn't try it or anything. It was just, there was this like, I mean, it's a 2-day cruise, right? So I was trying to do as much as I could in that 2 days, but at the same time, you know, I also had the drink package wristband on. So I was kind of like, you know, I mean, the margaritas were basically like moonshine. So, you know, 2 or 3 of those and, you know, you were ready to go back to the cabin and pour yourself into bed.
That's good.
So yeah, so I mean, it was great. My only complaint, if I had to complain about anything, was that the bathroom in your cabin was a little bit like an indoor outhouse. A little bit like an indoor outhouse.
I've heard that.
Okay. Not completely like that, but a little bit like that.
Because that shower is like tubular, right?
It's a round shower and it's recessed in the floor.
Oh.
So you step down into the shower and it just has a curtain.
Interesting.
And when I turned the water on, like the pipes were knocking.
Oh.
But again, not terrible, right? Like certainly not, you know, like get me out of this place or whatever. I didn't care if the pipes were knocking or not, right?
Right.
But, you know, like, you know, not great.
Yeah.
Right.
30-year-old cotton chip.
Yeah. But the rest of the cabin in really great condition, really nice, comfortable bed. Right. You know, couldn't complain at all, really.
I heard lots of room too. It's like you walk in, you're like
huge, wow. Huge. And the ocean view with the round portholes, even bigger. But I was in a pure interior room, massive by cruise ship standards. Massive. I could not believe it. Absolutely could not believe it. So
I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely gonna vlog that for sure. The room.
Yes.
I don't know what I think I have an upper ocean view or upper interior. I forget. But.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just really great experience. Can't wait to get back on it again because obviously now they've done some renovations to it, right? So you want to get on and check out some of the other stuff. Now, by the same token, my wife, who has very different standards than I do when it comes to cruising, you know, especially since her first experiences were on Holland America. Yeah. So she says to me, she's like, "Do you think I should like go on that cruise with you?" I'm like,
"Nah, you good."
No. You know, just check out the Mustard Drills vlogs from that ship and leave it at that.
And those are coming out in 2031. You said,
yeah.
I'm just trying to take some notes.
Yes, 2031.
Put that on the calendar.
So, but yeah, so like I'm really excited to see what your perspective is from it. So I'm really excited, eagerly awaiting those. Hopefully you'll publish them before 2031.
Oh yes, I definitely will. Thank you.
Yes.
Definitely gonna pump out some good content from Margaritaville.
Yeah. So I ended up getting the internet package on that. I was really blown away at how well the internet worked.
Oh, that's good. I got faster to the chill. So I heard that whole experience, not having to wait on the lines and everything. There's a whole lounge. Right. They just kind of.
Yeah, so like I got in there, right? Everybody was super friendly. So I walked in there. I came in there with a lot of luggage because I literally came there from Celebration.
Okay, that's right.
And the guy said, the guy at when I first walked in, he was joking. He was like, "You know, this is a 2-day cruise, right?" I I was like, I just got off celebration. He was like, oh, so you're still in cruise mode? I was like, yeah. Again, so like he was like, well, walk your bag back this corridor. There'll be a guy back there to take your bag. He was super friendly. He was like, thank you, sir. I'll take your bag. He was like, your bag will be on the ship for you and stuff like that. Like, he's just really friendly, personable, right? So I was like, okay, went back around, went up the steps, got in the queue line. The queue line was kind of long. I was in the queue line for 10 minutes maybe, and this guy came along and he was like, is it just you? And I was like, yeah. And he pulled the rope up and he was like, come out here. And he pulled me like right out of the line, and he had this, like pad, and he checked me right in.
Oh.
And he was like, you can just go on over there now. And I was like, cool. So I went over there, and then I saw like the table that had like for the excursions in Freeport, which is like to go to the hotel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the drink package one, which was on the opposite side. Walked over to the drink package one. I was like, how much? He was like, $99. I was like, give me two. No, I'm serious. I was like, no, give me one, right? So like I was like, oh, $99, right? Got it. Walked around the corner, straight through, right on, like all the way up on the jetway, walked on, and then of course the crew were there, making it a big deal. And as soon as you walk on to their little kind of lobby, they have the big flip-flop.
Yes. Yep.
So like, I walked on, took a selfie with the flip-flop or whatever. I mean, it was just, from there on, it was just an absolute fantastic experience. Really loved it. Enjoyed it.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear because, I'm excited. So,
yeah, karaoke at like midnight up on the pool deck and stuff like that, like when we first got going, the pool deck was kind of like when we first got on the ship, the pool deck was filled. They have clamshells and all kinds of other stuff out on the pool deck and stuff, right? And people were really excited, and there was a lot of stuff going on. Then when we started to sail out, beyond the sail away party, it was kind of deserted, but that's because people were going to like dinner and and doing everything else and stuff like that. But then after that, it really just started getting going again.
Wow.
So
that's good.
But yeah.
Was it also an older crowd that you had on your
No, it was a complete total eclectic mix. It was older, younger, it was everybody. Literally every age group was sufficiently represented on that sailing. And so like before we sailed out, I was out in that kind of 5 o'clock somewhere bar, which is outside the buffet. I forget which deck number, but outside the buffet on the aft part of the ship. I was out there. There were two young couples out there that had been sitting at these tables. One was from Alabama. The others were from like right there in like the Fort Lauderdale area. Had great conversations with them. Was there both of them, their first cruise. They were really happy and grateful to be there. And it was just a fantastic experience the whole time. So
it's good. I'm excited.
Yep. Yeah, and like I said, I'm really looking forward to your vlogs from there. So I'm curious to see what your perspective is on it.
Sean just
and I won't even though I've been talking it up like crazy here, I won't even hold it against you if your experience is terrible.
No, I think I'm gonna have a good time. I'm gonna cruise with an open mind. So, and
Okay.
My roommate that has been on a couple of our
and you've been on enough cruises, so so I think I don't presume to know you very well, but I think you've been on enough cruises. You've been on like 30 some cruises, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I think that's enough to really have an objective opinion about a cruise. So
yeah, definitely. I'll try to give two perspectives too, because I know there's a lot of first time cruisers out there that are using this as a I guess a way to figure out if they want to continue on the cruise. Exactly. So you're gonna have to remember and go back there, because we end up going in a cycle and kind of talking about the same things, but we also have to remember that some of the people that we talk to have never heard of it before. So
yes, right, yeah. Clocky,
you want to see my new
Clocky? Wake up, Clocky.
I am awake.
That's Sean always starting that.
I know. That's why I was carrying on with you about it. I was actually thinking to myself, where is Sean when you need him? Oh my gosh, Sean, did you catch that? I was literally just saying, where is Sean when you need him? And there you were.
I heard it. And I couldn't stay away because I noticed Clocky was snoring away there.
You did not notice that because I am wide awake.
See, I figured I could call you Clocky because Sean and I have the same haircut.
That's it.
So I'm going to call you Clocky.
Why do I feel like I'm
while you're at it, Scotty?
Oh my gosh, Clocky, your hair is so long you could practically braid it, man.
That's it.
I shaved it today.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Come on, don't leave me hanging here, Master.
He left you hanging.
He has left me hanging. I'll stay until he does it.
Party foul, Scott.
Here, Scott. Here, Scott.
Hang on.
Scott, you're supposed to be high-fiving him.
Low fiving. High fiving you. I'm sorry. I wasn't
paying attention. Down to his hand.
You need to go down low.
Down.
No. I'm down. I seriously, I got it down here. I got it down here. See? Look.
Mike,
missed it by that much.
I know. I'm sorry.
This is a well-oiled machine. I can see that.
Oh, well, there you go.
I feel like
I'm just the bald, sexy guy with my caffeine hit. Now,
I'm slightly impaired.
Let me say, g'day, folks.
G'day.
How the hell?
Good evening, sir.
Good day.
How are we all?
Are we having a blooming onion for lunch?
Oh, that'd be nice. Blooming onions are nice, especially when they're made at the Outback. No, actually, I don't know.
Do they have Outback in Australia? They don't have Outback down there, right?
Yes, we've got the real Outback, not a restaurant.
No, I got it.
Right. Down there, Scott, is called Up North.
Yeah, that's it.
It's kangaroo steaks down there.
Yeah.
Kangaroo steak is awesome. Eddie, you know what? You're saying no. You haven't even tried it.
Yeah, true.
You got to try it.
Eddie
He's got the palate of a 6-year-old. That might be me, though.
What, trying a kangaroo? Oh, hiding behind Eddie.
Have you seen me?
I'm seeing a big dot in the face.
I put all the bodies in one side.
But
Not
still,
to you,
why do
baby.
I feel like Alice from the Brady Bunch?
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Texas.
Hey, Sean.
Yep.
When's the next Helping Hands for Cruising Cruisathon?
August 25 and 26.
August 25th, 26th.
You going to give us a show?
I always do.
I was thinking about it. I've been thinking about it.
Don't think, just do.
No, seriously, my wife and I took this drive down to Maryland. It's about an hour drive. And I was talking all about it the whole time. Yeah.
I got 2 dresses. I raised enough money. I'm putting the dress back on.
And what goal would we be setting with that one, Mike? Because something
up it from the last time.
you grossly underestimated the participation.
I think I'm going to try 250 this time, maybe.
Ooh, 250.
Fits you into a dress. What is it going to take for you to be in a pair of budgie smugglers?
I'm not doing the budgie smugglers.
All right, you got a choice: a pair of budgie smugglers, or you doing a shoey.
Shoey. What's a shoey?
Your favorite tipple out of your shoe.
Oh, no. Nah.
How
What
about
kind of an Aussie are you?
Yeah, that would have to be an awful lot of money for me.
What? $255?
Well, I mean,
That's
probably
fine.
right because I mean, after all, I am drinking recycled beer here.
Yeah, but even though you're drinking recycled beer, having it out of a shoe makes it even more recycled.
Indeed.
I'll tell you what, Sean. I come down there, I'll do a shoey, and the money you give to Helping Hands for cruising.
You're on.
Wow.
I might even do 2 shoeys.
You're on. And you won't do it alone.
That's fine. More the merrier. You know, if you get down there, you got to live the lifestyle.
Absolutely.
I want to get drunk that, you know, I go miss on you, Pister.
It's it.
Foster.
And enjoy a good kangaroo steak in the meantime.
Man, kangaroo steak is awesome.
And for Jeremy, you got a box of kangaroo.
No.
You don't want a box of kangaroo. You
No,
don't
I
want to
don't.
eat it in
Kangaroo.
boxes.
I know
He
what
does.
kangaroo is.
I'm
He's
trusting.
fighting a
I'm
bear in
trusting.
Alaska, and he's going to box a kangaroo in Australia.
No, I'm going
what.
with Sean. I'm going with Sean to try these kangaroo steaks. You got me hungry now.
Yeah,
How
they're
is
awesome.
it? How is it prepared? Just grilled?
Yeah, you grill it, but you got to grill it very lean. So it's almost like it touches the heater, the hot plate. Then you turn it over. It's very, very lean.
Yeah, you can't cook it long. Otherwise, it's like
It goes
leather.
tough.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I will go against the kangaroo under one condition.
What's that?
I'm
Hang
in
on, my
a,
camera's just going away for a minute.
I'm driving a road train.
That's awesome. The road train would be awesome. You only need something like about 5 trailers there, Ross.
Yeah, no big deal. I manage a trucking company, so no big deal.
Yeah.
I did a news story this morning about a Silver Seas cruise ship going to Churchill, Canada, which apparently is the polar bear capital of the world. And I wasn't going to say anything about it, but I was actually surprised that one of my co-hosts was not blanking out his camera, you know, and then coming back and saying, sorry, I had to book this cruise to see polar bears because I was so excited after hearing about it.
You know, I try to keep the morning show as on the straight and narrow as I possibly can without wavering from the original setup. But yes, I did have a thought about polar bears. I'm like, wait, there's brown this way, there's white this way. There's I don't know. If I go on a Canada cruise, it might be the black bears. But either way, I'm looking at bears if I go north. So I don't know. Those cruises are on my list, and we already got one of them booked. So I am excited about seeing bears, I suppose.
I mean, I mean, seriously, like it's the best of 2 worlds for you. One, you get to escape the heat.
Hang on.
Right.
Hang on.
And
Jeremy, I've got the best bears for you to have a look at, which technically are not bears.
Koalas.
There you go.
Yes.
Now you've got to come down for that.
I know.
Well, koalas aren't bears. They don't meet the koala.
That's it. I said, that's what I said. Technically speaking, they're not bears.
But is it like an excursion or somewhere you can go to hold the koala bears like you can?
Absolutely.
It's kind of like when you're in Honduras and you go to the eco park and you get to hold the sloths.
Hold the sloths and stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You come on down. You get on to maybe the Australia Zoo, or we get you to when you come down and you visit us in Melbourne, we'll take you up to Hillsville. And in Hillsville, there's a place called Hillsville Bird Sanctuary. Look it up on Dr. Google. At Hillsville Bird Sanctuary, they've got an area where there's koalas there, and you can go in there and you can get to hold them.
And Sean can confirm this. Koalas aren't bears because they don't meet the qualifications.
That's correct.
Sorry, dad joke moment.
It was good. It was, how much koala can you bear?
Hey, Lynn the Okie, welcome in.
That's like trying to open up a vegan restaurant. It's always going to be a mistake.
Exactly. No, that's the wrong sound. You should have used. Hang on. You should have used something like this.
Yes.
I have a lot of empty spots on my XL. So
Darth Vader walks in a restaurant, which just happens to be a vegan place. He says, "I find your lack of steak disturbing."
You beat me one mouthful early.
I got a million of them, but Donnie keeps telling me there's 250,000 starving comedians in this country, and I'm trying to be funny.
Yeah, that's right. I can live with that one. Clock. If
Anybody
you
want to see my new
story on the news last night about a severe shortage of electricians here in Tucson?
I mean, there's only so many they can have brain size.
Listen, being a Sparky is shocking.
That is all.
It's an electrifying position.
There's an entry and exit point for everything.
I love wiring. The only thing that kind of sucks about it is travelers.
All right. Listen, guys. Let's keep it current.
Or staple.
So, Sean, what are you eating? Vegemite?
No, I'm actually eating
Looks like porridge.
soup that my nephew, well, my niece's husband, I suppose, made. It's like kind of like peas and other stuff in there. It's beautiful.
Ground up snakes and spiders.
The Vegemite's over here. Can you see it? I'll bring it closer in. Can you see the Vegemite?
Yeah, there ain't no Vegemite on that. I
Yeah,
heard
right.
how much
Hardly
you love
any.
it.
The backside.
Clocky's correct. There isn't any. For me, Vegemite is axle grease. Can Sean spell the name of the sanctuary? It's Hillsville. Heal. ESVILLE. Hillsville Sanctuary, and it's in. That's it, and it's in Victoria, which is the state I live in. Not the city, the state. Mike.
So they're actual. So in Australia, they're states and not provinces.
That's correct.
Wow, interesting.
We have states and territories.
I think to myself, like the British, they were kind of like all over the place, right? As they went out and colonized the entire planet.
Well, let's face this. Well, how many Brits are there in this chat?
I'm
Ross,
German, so
Ross, you sound so much like a Brit, right?
My dad's side.
Yeah.
And Spaniard, so.
Oh yeah.
My dad's side was British. My mom's side was Polynesian and Inuit.
So you actually were on the correct side of the fence, right? Because you see, not to insult anybody from the UK, but most of us brought down under here were oh, we just lost somebody. We're convicts.
I'll be back.
But then there were those of us who made a decision to actually move down here. And so you can't call all of Australia a prison, even though we are far away from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Then they try to do the same thing with South Africa, and then they did the same thing with Israel, and they did the same thing with half the world, India. And look what happened when the Brits left India. It became half its own size. So there we go. What can I say?
So Sean, I know that the last couple of lives and stuff, we've been talking about this, that, and everything else. But like, I've been curious about a couple of things about your organization. Like, for starters, is there a specific annual goal for fundraising that you have?
Yeah, every time we have a cruisathon, and we try to run 3 cruisathons a year. The goal is for each cruisathon to raise $10,000.
Okay,
That's the goal.
So $30,000 a year average.
Yep. If we can do $30,000 a year, we can get 6 couples on a ship.
Awesome.
We want the goal. Our ultimate goal is to be able to run a recipient on board a cruise ship at least once a month. That's the ultimate goal, and we don't care where. We're trying to get in. At the moment, we're doing it out of the US and Australia, but we would like to have it in each continent around the world.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to ask. Like, is it only Australian cruises, or would you assist anybody? Like, so a couple in, like, let's say Central Florida wanted to take a 7-day cruise or something like that, you would assist them in doing that.
So the requirement is that if we've got a cruise going out of, welcome back. If you've got a cruise going out of, say, the US, we will take a US recipient and put them on board that ship. If we had a cruise going out of Canada, out of, say, Vancouver, we would put a Canadian on board that ship.
Right.
If we had a cruise going out of the UK, we would put a UK recipient on board that ship.
Gotcha. Okay.
So each country that we're sailing ships out of, we are going to look for, or we are attempting to look for recipients from each one of those countries.
And how do you go about? Like, are there submissions to you? Yep. And is it submissions directly? Like, does somebody come to you and say, "Hey, listen, I heard about your organization, and I would really like to go, and here's my situation, this or that or whatever." Or is it a combination of that and other people saying, "Hey, I know this person and they're really deserving, and here's their situation"? Like, how?
Okay, good question. Let me answer another question in the chat. Lynn, I'm the founder of the organization. It started with my wife and I trying to get Kenneth Oakes, Ford Man, on board a cruise ship, and so the organization went on from there. And now we've had 3 recipients. So essentially what happens is, let's say, for example, anybody here knows somebody who they feel is deserving. For example, that person is either yes, Ross?
I was just raising my hand saying I do know people that are deserving.
Awesome. Okay, so you know somebody who's deserving. For example, they are they're disabled, or they are the carer of somebody who's disabled, or they've had their luck down on them. They've never been able to afford any sort of decent vacation, whatever. Then what happens is, this person, you simply put together a 2 to 5 minute video telling us why you feel they deserve to go on board a cruise. You then submit that to the board, and then the board has a look at that video and then assesses whether or not that person is deserving of a cruise or not. We do our due diligence. There's currently 7 members of the board that actually get involved in doing our due diligence, and then when we see that somebody is deserving, we will go, okay, you're it. It's basically the way the system works.
Great. Yeah. I mean, because that was like the next thing I was going to say, like, is there any kind of vetting? But you just mentioned that you do due diligence on it. So I imagine that is the vetting process.
That's correct.
Of course. And certainly, I'm not asking you to elaborate on that part of it, because I mean, that kind of like is self-explanatory. I mean, you're going to do some level of investigation to make, to kind of, ensure that there's not some type of fraud going on it. Because I mean, it's terrible to have to say it that way, but that is the world we live in, unfortunately.
It is, unfortunately, and we do our utmost to make sure that we can be fair and reasonable. Some
Right.
people may not like our decision, but at the end of the day, we're trying to do the right thing.
Of course.
I'll be quite candid. For me, this is not a money making exercise.
Of
For
course.
me, this is coming out of my pocket, and
Yeah.
as a result, I want to make sure that people are happy and everybody has an opportunity to share in it.
Yes.
I did have to say that because there are people who think that this is a money making exercise, and it's not.
Right.
And
No,
Sean,
it's, I mean, it's extraordinary. I mean, like I said, I mean, my daughter works for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, right? It's an
Yep.
amazing organization and is, such a worthy cause. And, so there's so many causes like that, I mean, she raises, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for that organization alone. Just herself alone I think she raised $800,000 last year or something like that for them. So like, and she's not the only person that raises money for that organization. So, I mean, I see that, but at the same time, here's an organization that is in a completely different light, completely different category for that. And, I don't want to word it in that it's either more or less worthy or this or that or whatever, but it is certainly not something that maybe a lot of people would expect to exist. Like a lot of people would look at it as maybe, not worthy.
Yeah.
But, if you really take the time to stop and think about the aspect of it and really who it is that you're targeting and looking to send on this just extraordinary experience that so many of us take advantage of. I mean, I guess, we don't take advantage of it, but I mean, like we take it for granted. We really
Yes.
do. I've been on 54 cruises and I'm almost sad to say I honestly can't remember. I remember that I was so struck and so taken back by my first experience. It was a month. It was a month, and I was back on that ship again because I was so extraordinary for me.
Yeah.
So, I do remember that. But I think to be absolutely in touch with it like it happened yesterday, no, right? But I do remember enough of it that for somebody who maybe didn't have the means in which to do that for themselves, let alone 54 times, it really is just a really great and worthy cause.
So, let me just do a couple of things. First of all, Jeremy, thank you for putting up the link to the website. I want to ask each one of you, Mike, I'll probably let you have a bit of a miss on this one, but Clocky, everybody else, your very first cruise, how did you feel?
elated.
Yeah.
Excited.
Yeah. I mean, like I almost cried just, feeling like it was just so amazing. Honestly, like I almost cried.
Clocky?
Ours wasn't the most amazing cruise only because it was we were supposed to go south. We ended up going north because of hurricane, but it was enough to where we wanted to keep going again because there's just so much stuff to do on the cruise ship, and just the cruise ship alone is enough to make people want to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Because just all the different things you see that you don't normally see, and we had a little bit better experience because of the cruise getting somewhat canceled the way it did, because half the people on the cruise did not come on the cruise. They canceled at the last minute when they decided not to go down there.
Yep.
So we had the people from the shows actually come in the bars with us and they were singing karaoke with us. They were doing all kinds of different things, all the performers and all. So they were making us feel at home, even though they're like just hanging out with us, just like normal people.
Yeah, I mean, they were extraordinary. My children were very small, and our cabin steward, I mean, like, I think the thing that impressed me the most was, like, instantly within like 5 minutes, our cabin steward, our waiters, everybody else, they knew our names, right? And our cabin steward, he was so attentive to my children and really went above and beyond to make them just comfortable and feel special. And I was just so impressed by that and so grateful for that he just was so extraordinarily, like, accommodating to them. And I mean, I was very young, and like I said, a young father, and just really impressed by the entire situation. And before we were even done on it, I said, so my mother actually has late stage MS, which was kind of like the inspiration for my daughter to get involved with the MS Society, which she started as like a volunteer in her like in high school and stuff. But in any event, my mother was really getting to the point where she was at the very end of her ability to be mobile on her own. And I said, I don't care what, when I get off this ship, I'm booking another cruise as soon as I can, and I'm taking my mother on it for her last ability to be able to do something like that. And, so, I mean, it was just the most extraordinary experience. We had an equally extraordinary experience a month later, with my mother and my sister. So, yeah, I mean, just.
What about Cruise Vet? What about you?
Well, it was pretty awesome. I mean, I spent a lot of time in the Navy, a lot of time out at sea, and going on a cruise was kind of a way to, relive that, because I always enjoyed, being out to sea. So yeah, and plus my first cruise, I was invited to go, but with my daughter. She's the one that kind of got me into it, because I really wasn't, for whatever reason, I never thought about going on a cruise. I think I had kind of a negative view of it. I don't know why, but that's just kind of how I was looking at it. But she talked me into going, and I mean, as soon as I got on the ship, it was just like, I guess I was impressed, not necessarily by the size of the ship, but just how nice everything was, all the different venues and things to do. I mean, it was pretty awesome.
Controversial cruising?
How I got into cruising?
No. When you went on your first cruise, how did you feel?
Ooh. When I went on my first cruise, I was probably 3. It was like a family vacation. It was either Ocean City, Maryland, or a cruise, and most of the years cruising won. So I don't know exactly how I felt on my first cruise, but I definitely know that definitely what I did as far as cruise goes.
Eddie, how did Alice let you feel on your first cruise?
I did cruise back in the 80s and 90s, a long time ago. So finally in 2018, we both cruised together for the first time. And although I wasn't like so much into cruising then, I did wanted to cruise. And she booked the Escape out of New York. And I'm telling you, by the second day, I was hooked. It didn't take too long. First day, the running around, getting to the ship, getting together, doing the muster drill and all that stuff. It remind me of a lot of stuff that I used to do back in the day on those other carnival ships. But I'm telling you, by the second day, I knew we wanted to do this again. And right there, we booked our next cruise on the second day. We already knew that the following year we were going to hit the bliss. In that first cruise that we did together was 9 days. The next one was 2 weeks. So that's even better. That I really enjoyed the 2 weeks.
You guys got to come down here. I mean, January the 2nd, 2025 is a 14-night, 15-day cruise. You've got to come down and enjoy. All right, enough of that. What I was, I know, Jeremy, you said earlier on that you felt really fantastic about your cruise. How did you go with yours? How did you feel about your very first cruise? What do you remember?
Well, we left on the Carnival Breeze out of Galveston. It was supposed to be the Vista, but the Vista sailing got shut down, and we went on a 5-day and a 4-day as a result of that 1 7-day being broken down. My mother and my stepdad and my wife had been cruising, and they were all telling me about everything to expect. But whenever I first got on the ship, it was amazing how many people were on board, first of all, and then secondly, how much stuff you can just do that's already included with your vacation. I kept on wanting to pull out funds to pay for stuff, but they're like, no, this is included. This is included. And I'm like, well, what do you have to pay for? Because it was just so strange to me going on vacation and not having to spend money every time you turn around the corner. Yeah. So I felt strange. I really did. But at the same time, I was excited. We had Cookie as a cruise director. So it was like the Carnival cruise was, I believe, the best experience I could have had because of the party. They kept you distracted and say, let's just have a good time as one big family. And that's what I love about Carnival.
So let me just tell you why I went down that little path of getting you guys to say what your first cruise was like for you. Mm-hmm. Is because picture this scenario. Here is a young man, and I'll use Kenny Oakes as the example. Here's a young man who has never, ever seen the ocean, never seen the beach, lived in a landlocked state, has never had the opportunity to see the things that any of us, have had the pleasure to see on our cruises, whether it be the first. And I bet you would all agree with me. Your first cruise is just as great as your last cruise when you first get on board the ship. So he gets on board the cruise ship and he has a look and he gets exposed to things that he would never ordinarily have been exposed to. He gets to see the beach for the very first time. He gets to sail on the ocean and then gets educated to what's actually in the water. Mm-hmm. This has been a life-changing experience. Mm-hmm. And this, not only did it change his life, it changed everybody else who was involved. Now, I did notice that there was a question asked, I think it was by Emily, as to how you can contribute to HH4C. So I don't know if you can see just above my head over here is a QR code. Mm-hmm. But if you go into if you have a look down over here behind my eyes, over here there's that website. Go into the website. You will find this QR code in the website that will link you to our PayPal payment. And you can actually, with that PayPal payment, you can actually put in a monthly or one time or however many donations you want to provide. You were going to ask something, Jeremy?
Yeah, Eddie, if you can display the website real big, I believe the QR code will cover a lot more of the screen. That way, in the event people want to go ahead and scan it, they can.
Yep. Just as you can see directly to the extreme right, there's that QR code. Just go and put your phone next to it. It'll bring it up, and you can go in. It'll take you straight to the PayPal. I must say, I want to thank Meg for her work on this particular website. It was actually created by somebody else to start, and then she just maintained it and kept it going. And it is an amazing website. Yes, there are. You can actually go into the shops and have a look at what we've got, our merch. Again, whatever profits come out of that merch goes straight back into it, getting somebody on a cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, Sean, I'm going to talk a little bit about the cruise that we're working on, Eddie and I.
Mm-hmm.
So, just to give you an idea of the scope of this cruise, we are in the process of blocking 1,000 rooms.
Oh.
Our turnaround estimate on this, with us getting sponsors, is to return to Helping Hands for Cruising at a bottom end $200,000, top end $500,000, enough for you to fund a cruise every week of the year in Australia and the U.S. and Canada. That is our goal.
Wow.
We already got the media. We already have the PR person and marketing person on board, and we're already working with media buyers to promote this.
Ross, you almost brought me to tears there, my friend.
So yeah, I was just gonna actually mention that question. So thank you for putting it up.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely believe in what you're doing. I have been involved with wish granting organizations and children's hospitals over the years. And my honor society, Phi Theta Kappa, does a lot for people getting experiences in life that normally wouldn't have experiences. So we want to make sure that this happens. The bands are all on board and have committed. We're just waiting on dates, and we're going to start marketing.
I'm taken aback. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what to say.
The main thing is, how many people can we give experiences to?
You know what? If we're looking at this, then I'm looking at the idea that maybe once a year we can charter a ship.
Yep. And we've also moved the cruise. Originally it was going to be in February, but in the month of January, there's a Chicago Music Cruise, which is a huge event. It'll be on the same ship. So we're going to move it to a later in the year, in November.
That'd be awesome.
So that way we're not competing directly with that. We're not competing with the Comic-Con cruise in 2025. So we're trying to get a good position here for the time. And we're looking at the week after U.S. Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm taken aback, to be honest. Lynn, I believe that you should be able to do it with a prepaid credit card or debit card. You just go straight into the PayPal account, and it should let you do that.
Mm-hmm.
We were having a bit of a challenge earlier on because the PayPal account was putting things in Aussie dollars. We have since changed that. It is now the basic currency is US dollars. That way we don't have to continuously exchange money. So there we go. You have John there, JNN Travels. John, 1354, my friend.
Add 4 minutes to that. In 2 hours. Almost.
It's an in-house joke between John and I. We always talk about the time where we are. So 1355.
Well, I was thinking to myself, somebody from California won over $1 billion in the Powerball, and I was thinking to myself, where was Sean with those numbers?
Oh,
yeah, he's in our future, and he didn't help out.
Yeah.
Here's the answer to your question. You weren't listening.
Oh my!
Funnily enough, your Powerball runs at exactly the same time as ours.
Okay.
Only a day earlier. But it's at exactly the same time.
I don't know. Lately, it's been California, California, California. There.
Well, the last big jackpot also came from California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's called?
And
Yeah.
remember,
One number.
Mega Millions is tomorrow night, and that's $750 million.
Yeah, 750 million. Yeah.
Now, hang on a minute. I'll tell you what it is in Oz. The next one. And I don't want to make you guys feel bad. But when we have a lottery here, we get 100% of the money. So the next Powerball that we've got is only a measly 60 million. But you know what? It is what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I think our tax overall is probably around half. I had a coworker one time that played a Crazy Eights scratch off and won $88,888 off of a $1 ticket. And by the time the federal and Pennsylvania state government was done with taxes, she walked away with about 43,000. So
yep,
it's about half.
It's like the lottery here. What you see 750, it's not 750. It's $1.5 billion. They only give out half, and then they take another 40% off of that on top.
Yeah.
Typical governments, all they do is take.
Yeah. The $1 billion that they just did, it was $2 billion. They only give you half, and then they take almost 50% off of it on top of it. And then you gotta, every year if you take a yearly shot, you gotta pay tax and all that on top of it again.
Yeah.
And I think we need a new Boston Tea Party, guys.
Yeah, tell me about it.
My wife is an accountant for the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue. So she does corporate tax auditing. And I'm always teasing her about it. And I always say to her about how the government's taking too much. And I always say, what's the tax on $1 billion? $2 billion.
Yeah.
You know what? At the end of the day, if I'm fortunate to win the $60 million that we've got here on Thursday, let me say I'd be more than happy in my next year's tax to pay whatever tax is necessary.
Yeah.
Because of all the benefits. I don't want to pay it now. I don't want to pay before I've got the money. I'll pay it after I've got the money and spend.
Yeah.
Because I know I'll get good benefit out of it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the unfortunate thing about our federal government is that, let's say you won $1 billion, right? They're going to take, whatever percentage they're going to take. But then that following year, when you file your taxes, whatever you've got left over is likely to put you in the highest tax bracket in our country, which is 37%.
Okay.
So then they're going to take another 37% of it the following year.
Yep.
Our highest tax bracket is 48%.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That's why if I win a big lottery, I'm moving to Australia.
Yeah.
Yep. Just win the big lottery, bring it down here, and then we can worry about taking it back later on.
Win dollar, I'm gonna put everything on Swiss accounts. Cayman Islands, here I come.
Oh, we don't want to put it on Swiss accounts.
Why not?
Because they'll keep the money.
Yeah. Swiss accounts can be identified by the IRS.
That's it.
Yeah.
We'd rather stick it in Monaco bank accounts, or Monaco, as you would say.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Now the interesting thing is, speaking of taxes and legal, on the cruise, the Who tribute, the lead guitarist and corporate attorney, and the lead guitarist or lead bass player in the AC/DC tribute is my corporate tax strategist.
Wow. Holy mama.
Band AC/DC.
What's that?
Oh no, hang on. Sorry, we're talking clock talk again.
Clock is
I'm
Yeah.
not sleeping.
Do I need to do sign language?
smoke
So,
signal.
hey, Scott, you had mentioned that you were looking into becoming a travel agent.
Yes, I was.
How's that going for you?
It's definitely just a couple days into doing that, but I'm definitely curious about it, and definitely have enough people that are knocking at my door, asking enough questions. So I don't know.
Who'd you go with?
I didn't go with anybody yet. I'm gonna take this Margaritaville of the sea first, come back, and then assess. So
I mean, I don't know if you know this or not, but Clock and Jeremy are signed up with Cruise Brothers.
Okay.
And Cruise Brothers does not charge a fee.
Yep.
But what they do end up doing is taking half your commission. Yep. So I am signed up with the fourth largest host agency called KHM Travel.
Yep.
KHM Travel Group.
Yep.
I do pay an annual fee, but my sales are high enough that my commission split is 90-10.
Oh wow.
So I get 90% of my commission versus 50. Okay. But I pay an annual fee. Now, the standard split is 80-20 unless your sales are high enough, then it's 90-10.
Then it's 90-10. Yeah.
So my sales are high enough. I've been getting 90-10 for quite a while. So but to get started and not have any kind of upfront costs, and if it ends up not working out, you can just cut and run.
Yeah.
Cruise Brothers is probably a good option.
Yeah. I know my travel agent actually that I use now. I don't know. He actually is under KHM Travel too. Where's Walter Travel?
Okay.
So I use him, or I've used him a few times, and I know he's mentioned the KHM Travel too. So I was gonna look into just a bunch of different ones. I know also Bill from Armstrong Adventures was looking into the Cruise Brothers too as well. So he had let me know there was definitely some good things about Cruise Brothers too as well.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Mike. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about you. Mike is also with Cruise Brothers.
Oh.
I was going to mention that.
I know. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
How can you forget about Mike? I mean, seriously.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Blaming on the alcohol.
So how are your guys' experiences, the ones who are with Cruise Brothers now, as far as dipping your toes into being a travel agent? Your experiences so far?
And my experience was really smooth because I dove headfirst into the training, and I did Carnival first because I have only sailed Carnival. I know Carnival, and so the training programs are very similar to each other. Each cruise line has different names for different things, but it all boils down to you have to learn the classes of the ships, how to sell bookings, and what they really home in on is the group bookings.
Yeah.
Okay, because whenever I'm looking up a quote, I'm going to see if there's a group attached to that sailing and give them the group rate, because the group rate is going to offer them more than what they can access as a consumer. You have to offer them something extra, and group rates most of the time tend to do that. Right. So you gotta know which aspects that all of the cruise lines across the board are mentioning, and then you get to Virgin Voyages. With Virgin, there's a lot of similarities, but everything is called something different, you know, and you just got to get used to the lingo. But, you know, looking up a cruise is pretty much the same unless you go into Cruising Power and you try to put 3 kids in a single stateroom. You know, each one of the booking engines has their own quirks, but, you know, Carnival's always a winner. Cruising Power is a winner as long as you only got 2 kids in a stateroom. And, you know, you just got to make it through the training.
Okay.
Cruise Brothers has also installed a new booking engine right there on their site where you can pick from multiple cruise lines just right there on the Cruise Brothers site. So I find it elementary, to say the very least, as far as navigating the site, learning what they have to teach you. And then they're steadily offering, you know, webinars. You can jump into the webinar. And if you got a real good team leader like I do, they're going to email you the webinars, making sure, you know, that if you want to pay attention to how to further your experience as a travel agent with them, you can. But my team leader said most travel agents are with her are just looking for cruises for themselves. So,
Yeah.
So
here's the thing. So Cruise Brothers seems to be fine with that.
They are.
Seem to be completely fine with the fact that you're a travel agent just booking your own travel.
Yep.
KHM will kick you out if you are only booking your own travel. They will tell you right up front, they are not interested in you being a travel agent with them to just book your own travel.
Is there a certain quota that you have to keep as far as booking a year or booking a month?
I don't.
You don't
know. But if I'm not booking, like if they're seeing everything I'm putting into the CRM, if it's just me,
they're
gonna boot me.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, I sell a lot of travel, right? So, like for me, like my Royal Caribbean BDM, which is business development manager, right? Like she does special cruises just for like high earners, and she constantly sends me emails identifying me as one of KHM's highest Royal Caribbean selling agents.
Gotcha.
So because I sell a lot of Royal Caribbean cruises, so I get special options with that and stuff too. But again, like Cruise Brothers seems to be fine with you just booking yourself, and if that's all you ever do, then it might be worth it just so that you can book your own travel and make a little bit back on the backside of it.
Right.
KHM, you're gonna have to actually be selling other people, so that's something for you to consider.
Yep.
You know, it may not happen right away, but at some point in time, they are going to come knocking on your door saying, hey, listen, we've noticed over this amount of time, you're only booking yourself. You know, you have to go.
But let's say it's like 2 or 3 other people a year. Is that still enough?
Yeah, it would be.
For them to be like,
If it's just you, you have to go.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
The biggest advice I can give you, Scott, is, you know, I was a travel agent for 30 years. I'm retired from it. Whatever agency you look at, pick the agency that works best for you and how you want to do business.
Exactly.
1. Number 2, reach out to us. Reach out to other travel agents. You know, ask for advice. Be open to ideas, and that's one of the.
Ross, take your foot away from your microphone.
What's that?
You had your foot on your microphone.
I did. But the other thing is, you want to make sure you go with an agency that has a 24-hour response line to assist you, so you're not getting calls 24/7, 365 with emergencies.
Okay. Good advice.
With that said, gentlemen, I will see you when I see you.
See you, Ross.
Live stream next Thursday, Echoes of Pompeii live. And then
Okay.
I will be on Friday and then back on Friday night with Eddie as well.
Okay.
Peace.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank
Rob.
you, Rob.
Right.
Thanks. So, Mike, what about you? You're like, kind of the newest one in it, right?
Which one?
You.
There's only one Mike. The rest of you are Clocky and something else.
I'm good with it. I just passed
Does
2
any-
courses already, so
So what's been your experience with it though so far?
so far so good. The training took me for one of them 2 days to do.
Okay.
And then
Are
the other
you-
one a day.
And you have your website and some advertising out there for it. And has anybody contacted you about it yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just putting it out there, so
Right.
Is it mainly just cruises that you're trying to book, or is it
I got Disney and cruises right now.
Disney? Okay.
So I do. Yeah, I hit the wrong button. I hit the video instead of the audio. Oops.
Yes, you did.
Sorry.
That'll work.
At least I didn't
So
have to
anyway,
use
so
the sound
listen.
effect to
So
do that.
I do about 70% cruises, 30% all inclusives. In fact, I just quoted some all inclusives today. I mean, I think they're very similar. The nice thing about all inclusives is though you can adjust your cruises have a built-in fixed commission.
Yeah.
But with all inclusives, you can adjust it. Now, you can't. You can only adjust it up to a specific threshold. You can't make it crazy expensive, but you can adjust it both upwards and downwards. So you can do both.
Do they look? Look against you or give you or put it against you for booking family, your own family, not
No.
let's say like your spouse or something, but like
No.
a cousin or like I don't know.
No, not at all.
Or something.
The only thing, like I said, an agency like mine, the only thing that they would look down on is
Yourself.
if a certain amount of time went by and the only bookings were yours.
Okay.
And they say that right in kind of like their disclosure, like we are not cool with you becoming an agent under our host agency to just book your personal travel.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Like I said, it seems like Cruise Brothers is fine with it. So, but KHM is not. What I can tell you is the other KHM's the 4th largest host. So the other bigger hosts are Cruise Planners, which is owned by Amex. And then there's what is it? Is it Cruise One? Is that what it is? I think it's Cruise One. And Dream Vacations and stuff like that or whatever. So they are not cool with you only booking your personal travel as well. Plus, they have a different kind of model. They will sell you a franchise of their kind of brand.
Right. Okay.
That costs you $9,000 a year.
Yep.
Those are crazy fees. So my fee is $500 a year. I expect it to double or triple because why not?
Yeah.
It's been $500 a year for too long. I totally expect it to double or triple because why wouldn't they do it?
Right.
But otherwise, I pay $500 a year, which is way less than some of these other ones. But then again, with Cruise Brothers, you're not paying anything.
Anything. Yeah. But they're taking that 50, so it's
Right.
It's all that way.
Right.
You just have to
That's
wait.
why they're doing. That's why they're taking 50 because you're not paying anything.
Right.
So let's say now commissions are all going to be different, but remember, like cruises is going to be 16% of whatever the cost is, right?
Right.
So let's say the average balcony booking is going to be about $2,500 or something like that. So that's really only going to be about $200.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be about $100. So it's how you feel about it.
Right.
Do you want to put money into it or not? You can always switch later. That's why I tell people too. You know, you can always start with Cruise Brothers. That doesn't cost you anything. And then, if your travel agency were really to get going, and you were really selling a lot of outside travel, you know, besides yourself, and you felt like, hey, I really want more of this commission, switch.
You can switch. So there's no binding contract. It's not like a month by month, or it's not a year by year or anything. It's
no, just switch.
Just switch. Okay.
You just switch. You know, like sign up with somebody like, you know, KHM or Cruise Planners or something like that or whatever. You know,
and that's why I'm doing Cruise Brothers, because I don't know how much time I'm going to have to devote to it. I could get put on an overtime job at any time and just not have any time to do anything. And then with me doing the videos and everything else, sometimes I don't have any time to do anything. So this week I started on the training. I did my Royal Caribbean only because that's kind of the same way as Jeremy. That's the one that I normally cruise a Royal. So I went ahead and knocked that out first. It's a lot of stuff. It's not hard stuff. It's just a lot to take in. Some of it's repetitive. They're really pushing Icon and the Oasis class ships because that's their big money makers. And then, but the benefits, like above and beyond you just making a couple dollars here and there, like the Universal having the free park hopper ticket every year. You get, and then you get a day at Disney every year. You get a free cruise on Princess. And my team leader says it can. I said, well, how many days is it? Are they going to hit you with like a 3 or 4 day cruise? He's like, it's anywhere from 3 to 88 days.
Whoa.
So when are you coming down, Clocky?
So,
that's pretty cool.
It's up to you what you want to do. She's getting ready to do hers, and she's doing a 22-day on her free cruise.
Okay.
For Princess. Now that's not once a year. I guess that's just once for doing it. Now Royal Caribbean, when you complete their training, you get $50 onboard credit once a year, and then you also get Voom Internet once a year.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's $200 and some. So I mean the stuff adds up for not having to pay anything. I mean it's kind of a no brainer if you're going to do cruising.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So like I still have my Princess. I did not know about the free Princess cruise for years, right? I feel like such an amateur, right? I'm like, oh my God, I've been a travel agent for years. I did not know about the free Princess cruise. And I was not having anybody calling me saying I want to go on Princess Cruise. So I was not bothering doing their training. So when I found out about it, I was like, okay, let's bang that one out. So I actually still have. I just went in today or yesterday. Yesterday I went in and looked, just looking at cruises. I'm trying to figure out what Princess Cruise I want to do. It's not every cruise they offer. They select which ones and they put it. You go into the Princess travel agent portal and you go under training and you click book my free cruise once you finish their training. And they give you a section, like they give you a selection of what you can pick. And
I've got a Princess Cruise for you.
Yeah, it's changing.
Coral Princess out of Sydney.
Okay. Yeah, if it's in the list.
Going to New Zealand.
Gotcha.
Hey, Scott.
That's a great.
Yeah,
that's a great cruise to go on.
We're in Jeremy compliance too.
Oh, I was literally just getting ready to say, hi, Jeremy. Thanks for coming in. So, but anyway, so yeah. So, and then like Clock said, with you have to do the training every year, like whatever the kind of updates are and stuff. So you have to like do the things. Now I'm getting, Unless I throw something in right now, I only have 2 Royal Caribbean cruises for the remainder of the year. And one of them, I already have everything I need on it for the Wonder. So I actually submitted my $50 onboard credit and my free internet request to Royal Caribbean for my upcoming Oasis sailing. So you have to do it 3 weeks in advance. You go into the training, you go into the to the portal and into a specific area, and you just submit it. You check the boxes and you submit it 3 weeks, and then they send you an email telling you, cool, we got it. We'll, give them the booking number and stuff like that or whatever. Yep. So I actually get free internet and $50 of onboard credit. So you get that once time a year. With the Universal one, you get a 3-day hopper ticket once a year to Universal and Islands of Adventure in Orlando, as well as you can buy up to 4 additional tickets at 50% off. Oh. So if you want to take some other people with you, you can get half off for those. Nice. You get a 1-day, 1-park basic ticket on Disney. So look at the value of what those costs.
Right.
Weigh that against. So, like for instance, in your case, like in Clock's case, I go with Cruise Brothers. You haven't put any money up front. Complete the training, you get that, right? So it's kind of a no-brainer when it comes to stuff like that. I don't know how. I mean, that's been going on for quite a few years, and I would just say at any point in time they could yank it, because again, why not?
Right.
Why not make it less of a value? Why not, do that or whatever? But in any event, that is, some of the benefits that you have from that. And if you haven't put any money up front for it, it's, even better for you.
You're just getting the perks for
right. For me, I assume you have a day job, right?
Right.
Clock is performing brain surgery by day. So, so he definitely has a day job. So in any event, so it maybe makes more sense to do that.
Yeah.
For me, I'm retired. So my day job is my travel agency.
Yes.
That is my primary focus. So, and I am selling a lot of travel. And more and more and more, especially since we've come out of COVID, my phone is ringing off the hook.
Yep.
Right. So I'm booking a lot of travel and have for years. So, and I advertise and everything else. So I'm like a full scale, I'm a legitimate LLC. So, so I'm doing that. So in my case, it just made more sense for me to go the route that I went. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with going the Cruise Brothers route, especially in the beginning, because you're probably only going to book yourself or maybe some family members and stuff like that. Like I said, for me, I'm booking lots of outside people.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I want as much of that commission as I can get.
Right. Of course.
So, yeah.
Because they kind of give you a little help in a way for the commission, sort of. But
we'll clarify that.
So they don't Cruise Brothers, right? As far as like a parent host or something, they're not going to give you necessarily, any hot leads or anything. But no. Nobody's going to be ringing your phone from Cruise Brothers.
No, and not even for me with KHM. I'm not getting any sales leads or anything from them either, right? Even for my fee, I'm not getting anything like that. But what I am, like I said, I'm advertising, I'm doing all this stuff, and I am generating leads on my own. With some of these other companies that you're buying franchises that you're paying $10,000, $15,000 plus monthly fees for advertising and everything else on top of that. Yeah, I mean, they are advertising for you constantly, but you're paying, like I said, $10,000 for them to do that every year. So that's the least they can do for that kind of fee, right?
Right.
So, how much that actually translates into sales, who knows?
So I looked at a couple different ones. Bruce with Ocean Travel, his parent company was over $1,000 just for the training, and then it's $50 a month if you want 90% of your commissions. It's like 50, 40, 30. So if you want 80%, you're paying 40 a month. If you want 70%, you're paying 30 a month.
Right.
So that's $30 a month. I may not sell anything for months and months and months.
Right.
And not only that, the other thing you got to take an account for is, which I didn't know, is you don't get your commissions until the final payment's made.
Right. Well, see, here's the thing. I don't get my commission until anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks after my client has returned from their vacation.
Same thing here. Same thing here. After the client sales, there's a certain day in which the funds are released, and then you get paid, on the payment day the following month.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you think about it, right? You learn this over time, right? Like when I was first a travel agent, somebody would contact me and say, I want to go here or there or whatever. I'd send them 10,000 quotes. Now I send them 2, right? Maybe 3.
Yep.
If they come back to me and say, well, I want to see something more, I'll send them 1 or 2 more. But you got to really commensurate it with, the fact that you're doing all of that on the finger.
Right.
Right. The other thing I don't like about it is, let's say they decide they're going to book and they put a deposit down. And then at some point in time in the future, they cancel.
Yeah.
Right. The cruise line, they keep every nickel of that deposit. They don't share any of it with you. But yet you're the one that did all the work. Right. So that's why I call them the money whores.
Yeah.
So, but in any event, so that's the kind of
show.
That's the kind of crappy side of it, right? So, but I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
But it's sales. Okay, so you have to understand. If you understand the nature of what it is that you're doing, you're in sales, right? Sales is this is the nature of sales. Okay, I understand that. It actually drives me to be a better salesman. It drives me to be, to cover my bases more, to give my customers more, Now, a lot of times in recent years, a lot of travel agents will start charging a research fee or kind of like like an upfront booking fee or something like that or whatever, that they feel like will give them some type of compensation for the time that they've taken to send you the quotes and stuff like that. I refuse to ever do that. I don't care. Now, I don't like when a client will come along and treat me like Expedia. I don't like that. But I won't say to a client, I'm only giving you this many quotes, or I'm only giving you that many. I won't say that to them, right? If I give a client quotes and they're like, I want to see something different, then I will give them something different. I want to see more. Well, how about this? Or how about that? Okay. To give you a really quick example, I had a woman contact me out of nowhere and said, I want to do a fundraiser for my alma mater. So I'm like, okay, fine. So she went to an all-girls school in Eastern Pennsylvania. And she's like, I want to do a fundraiser for the alumni. I'm like, great. So I met her. I spent 3 hours with her, speaking with her, taking her through the whole process, explaining to her how that would work and, what would be required and stuff like that. And through that course of that conversation, she had said to me, I don't see any problems with this and that and everything else. She was like, because we all have money. In fact, she showed up in a Maserati. Okay. So I was like, great. Spent that 3 hours with her. Probably over the next 3 months, spent 100 hours on the phone with her. And then even met her again and spent 2 more hours with her. Answered emails from her when I was in St. Lucia and everything else. And in the end, they wanted to book 50 cabins. That's $25. Like, you hear Eddie talking about his booze cruise, $25 to secure your spot on that group. 50 cabins, that's $2,500. She shows up in a Maserati. I say, I need $2,500. She says, no way, and just leaves me high and dry. Just crickets. Never heard from her again. Spent hundreds of hours with her, right? That's the risk in sales, right? Like, what are you going to do?
Right.
But if it had worked out, I, probably would have cleared close to $20,000 in commission.
Yeah.
So it's the risk.
It is the risk. Yep.
Right. So what are you going to do?
True.
Luckily most of mine don't turn out that way. Most of mine are like, hey, I'm ready to book, So I sent them a quote. They're like, cool, this is the one I want. What do I have to do next? I'm like, here's our credit card authorization form. Please submit it. I'll book you. We're done. Right. So that's how it works most of the times. But that does happen sometimes. So, it's the nature of sales. So.
Does suck. Sales can suck for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I'm in it every day, so.
You got a question in the chat. Jeremy says, so won't everyone else need the same thing to hold the cabins?
Yeah, that's what it is, right? So I tried to explain to her. I was like, listen, here's this big cruise line. They got this big ship. They're booking from everybody. Everybody wants to go on that sailing. Why do you think that they would just hold 50 cabins for you because you feel like you should get to hold 50 cabins for nothing? Like, they're gonna want some earnest money from you, like anybody would on any transaction.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter that you could hold 25 cabins for $25 a piece. 50 cabins for $25 a piece is pretty damn good. Because if you want to do an individual booking, it's probably going to be $500. Like $25 deal, right? Yep. She felt like no. And then actually somebody at the school that she was coordinating this fundraising with had sent her an email, and she was, I guess had the audacity to forward it to me. And it actually said, she said, I have never worked with a travel agent, but it seems to me if the travel agent wants your business, they would put that $2,500 up themselves. I'm like, I'm going to put $25 up for you. I don't even know you. I know we spent 3 hours in Starbucks crying out loud, but I'm not putting $2,500 up for you, especially not when you play it all forward. And in the end, I'm like, what? Like, what planet do you live on? That I would put $2,500 of my own money up for you to do a fundraiser.
So the question then is asked, don't you know when I get paid?
Yeah. Now here's the thing. I don't explain to my clients how it works because that shouldn't be their concern.
It's none of
their concern is about going on vacation, and my concern is about finding that perfect opportunity for them, that perfect vacation, finding that thing, and then doing the other things if possible, right? So they book at this price, but then the price goes down. I rebook them at the lower price and give them the savings either in money back or onboard credit, right? If we're talking about a cruise, right? And I do them the courtesy of when they have a question at 11 o'clock at night, I have an answer for them at 11 o'clock at night, even though my agency closed at 8. When they have a question after hours, this or that or whatever, when they need, perspective and this and that and everything else, that's what I bring them. I'm more than happy to do that for them because their vacation is just as important to me as my own vacation would be. You probably won't get that out of every travel agent, but you will get that out of me every time, and my clients will testify to that. So that's where I'm at with it. But at the same time, I wish there was a way I could explain to my clients every single question you ask me, every single thing you ask me to do for you, every single thing I am doing for you. Remember, I am doing it all on the finger.
Yep. And they're all touch points too. And it's the more touch points that you have with your clients too. I mean, the more they feel like you care about them. And I mean, I don't know. Some people just don't appreciate all those touch points and getting back at 11 o'clock at night when people should be sleeping or whatnot. So, it's true.
Which is why you guys are all on a chat at like.
Yeah, I was just about to say, or on YouTube. They could be anywhere, but they chose to call you.
Right. But I mean, it's like, listen, I'm on a cruise ship. We're at dinner, right? And my phone goes off and I'm looking at my phone. If I'm looking at my phone for more than a minute or two or a moment or two, my wife will not say anything. But then if I look up from my phone and look at her and say, gotta go, she knows that it's a client that has emailed me. And I am, if it's not something I can just respond to my client right there on my phone, if it's something I need more of like a computer to do, she doesn't say a word to me because she knows I'm up. If it's in the middle of my dinner, I will get up and I will go back to my cabin and I will fire that laptop up and I will get on the internet and I will do whatever it is my client needs me to do, even though I'm on a cruise in the middle of wherever. That's the level of, that's the level of service I want to provide my clients, and that's the level of service that my client can expect from me.
Sounds like you're in real estate.
No, so I tell people this all the time. When people really ask me about it, I tell them the real estate and travel is it's set up exactly the same, Sean. So a real estate agent attaches themselves to a host. A travel agency attaches themselves to a host, and the process of client relations and everything else is damn near identical.
I understand that. I used to be a real estate agent here. Now I'm going straight. But when I was a real estate agent, the thing that drew the line for me was one night, it was New Year's Eve. I got a phone call. And I don't know whether it was a joke phone call or a serious phone call, but at 10 minutes to midnight on New Year's Eve, they wanted to look at a house.
Yeah.
And there I went, nah, not tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I do believe, okay, real estate and travel, yes, they are similar, but I look at it this way. I go, there is a time where you've got to make a bit of time for yourself. Because my problem with real estate was I loved property, but my challenge was I got burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're 25 hours a day, 75 days a week, doing your job, where's your balance?
Right. Yeah. See, so for me, right, like if you look at my client, my one of my clients is here in the chat, right? So if you look at him, he was like, he has to restrain himself from sending me an email because he's afraid I'll answer it at 2 a.m. in the morning. He said he's not kidding. I will answer it at 2 o'clock in the morning. If I get it and I have the answer for that, I will answer it at 2 o'clock in the morning because it is that important to me that they get that answer. It is that important for me to be that available to my client, because if it was my vacation and I was having a situation with my vacation and I needed that answer at 2:00 in the morning, I would want that damn answer, right? So I know my client wants it.
And also because they send messages at that time in the morning, that means that they're up thinking about it. They're up worried about it.
Yes.
Maybe this one answer that you give them will be the breaking point between book and crickets.
Yes. So now I can tell you this from experience. Most travel agencies would not do that. Certainly AAA and Boscov's wouldn't do that. So, but I do.
So I have a question for you, Scott. Does KHM, your host agency, your parents agency, do they cultivate that type of
behavior?
That type of travel agent and that type of
customer service?
Yeah, I guess customer service, to what they want and what they kind of want to embody as far as like a parent travel agency, because Walter is very much the same thing. Sometimes I have to hold myself back from emailing him, a question or whatever, because I know he'll answer it at any.
Well, I can tell you that KHM did not instill this sentiment in me. It's part of who I am.
Got it.
Because like I said, I treat my clients' vacations like my own.
Yes.
Right. The questions that they have, the concerns that they have would be my own concerns. And even if they're not my own concerns, I know that they're important to them. Right. So I'm very in tune with what it is my clients need and what they want. And it's important to me, to be that level of service to them. I often tell my clients, and I mean this wholeheartedly when I say it, I said, I appreciate the opportunity to be of service to you.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that to the nth degree. They have way too many choices today. They have so many options. And the fact of the matter that they have come to me, and even come back to me, means the world to me, and I want to be there for them, because I would want them to be there for me if the roles were reversed.
Yep.
So
sure.
KHM does not, like I said, does not necessarily put that into me. I have a kind of love-hate relationship with KHM.
I'm
See you,
bidding
Sean.
you all a good night. I
Have a
need
great
to
day.
Go and do some stuff.
Sean,
catch you all later.
Yep.
See you.
So, KHM, they're like anybody else. They're a business, right?
Yep.
So they have some policies that I don't agree with, that I don't love. But now KHM has a lot of great support. Okay. At any point in time while they're available, I can get on with them either on the phone or chat, and they will work the problem with me until it's solved.
So, yeah.
They also have some training for an agent who really just feels like, I do not know the first thing to do, but I really want to succeed. They have multiple levels of training. You go there to train for days. So they have an initial one they call boot camp. You go out there for 3-4 days out to Ohio, which is where they are. Stay in a hotel, go to the office every day, and they have a whole thing. And by the end of the time, you are ready to go, right? I did not need boot camp. And what I didn't know, I learned on my own, right? But I've been in business since 2016.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't want to say I know it all, but almost.
It's experience, yeah.
Yep,
Experience.
almost all of it. So in any event, then they have another level for agents, maybe at my level or higher. And then they have even another one that somebody who really wants to take it to the next level, like maybe even become like a massive major agency themselves. Right. So
Another thing too, is you get to see the good prices on cruises, because you're always looking them up. Like we do it for fun here. Like, what if we wanted to go here? What if we wanted to go there? And as a result, you start looking up cruises. Well, I know with Cruise Brothers specifically, we have what's called price advantages. And that is an agreement that the cruise line has made with the agency that if you can book this many people, we're going to give you this price advantage over regular people that are booking. So they do remind you to check your price advantages. They remind you to check your group bookings and stuff like that. And they're really good at encouraging you with all of these webinars and things that they invite you to. That way it just polishes your approach to your customers, as well as selling the product that they want you to sell.
So like my agency is attached to a travel kind of conglomerate called TLN, which stands for Travel Leaders Network, right? Travel Leaders Network will literally go into every single cruise, on every ship, every sailing, on every line, as far out as the schedule goes, and block off a whole bunch of and create a whole bunch of groups on everything.
Okay.
So you have two schools of thought with travel agents. A travel agent will go in and they'll look at, they'll go in and look at a specific sailing for a client, and they'll look at the standard pricing. And they may see that group over there, and that group may be one of two things. It may be a lower price, or it could be the same price, only there's additional incentives. Like maybe there's onboard credit that doesn't exist with the standard pricing. There's all kinds of different scenarios, right? But in any event, you have two schools of thought. The agent's going to say, I'm going to book this because it's more money, so it's more commission. Or you're going to say, I'm going to book my clients into this group because that group is better than any price they're going to get, even on their own, if they go to, say, RoyalCaribbean.com or whatever. And that's where you shine in that respect, right? But not every agent is going to want to do that.
Right.
I do.
I noticed
every single time.
I noticed the other day, my niece is getting ready to get married, and she wants to do a cruise for the honeymoon, essentially. And I went through Cruise Brothers just to see what the price of the cruise was, and it was like $687 per person on Symphony of the Seas, I believe it was, out of Bayonne.
Yeah.
Well, after I did all that, I said, well, let's just for giggles, let's go ahead and look up Royal Caribbean and see what it's going for. It was almost $300 more through the cruise line.
Wow.
Right.
And I didn't think it was going to be that much of a difference.
Right. So, like, I have this one client, and she was a childhood friend of my wife's. And she has a big friend group and everything else. And for the last couple of years, they've been booking one cruise every spring on a Carnival ship out of Baltimore. So what will happen with that is she'll reach out to me and say, like, we're going, and so is going, and so else is going, but we have other people that are interested. And in the end, when it ends up being 9, 10, 11 cabins, I'm booking them individually, but once I get 8 cabins, I'm merging them into my own group. And then not only am I able to then get them better pricing, but I'm also able to get them perks, onboard credit, this, that, or whatever, which sweetens the deal. Not only for them, but for me as well, right? So, there's all kinds of things that you learn about being a travel agent that you learn, you could learn it both ways. You could learn it by going to, say, something like KHM does their boot camp. Maybe you go there, maybe they'll cover a little bit of it. Maybe they'll explain it to you, but you won't quite understand it until you're in a scenario yourself with clients that, and you're like, oh, light bulb, or maybe you'll just figure it out on your own based on, whatever. But for me, like I said, I've been in business long enough. I've been selling enough travel, certainly in the beginning, I was my own best client, me and my family, surely that wasn't the way it was in the beginning. But now, now my business is going enough. My biggest problem right now today is clients calling me saying, when do you have any appointments this week? I can come in and sit down and speak with you. And I'm like, I don't have offices, but I am certainly willing to meet you anywhere you would like. Now there's a Starbucks about a mile from where I live. I meet a lot of clients there. Not only is it a nice neutral place, not only does Starbucks not mind, but there's free internet there as well. Right. But if my client says, hey, would you like to come to me? Or I don't want to meet at Starbucks. I want to meet here. I want to meet there, whatever. Sure. Whatever. 9 times out of 10, if that's how the conversation starts, by the time I have finished the conversation with them, I get all the information I need from them, and I put quotes together and I email them over, and they read them and they look at them. They end up booking without ever meeting with me.
Yeah.
So, but if they want to meet with me, I'm more than willing to go to wherever it is they want to meet with me and meet with them. So just, that's what it comes down to. You learn all that through the course of, through the course of doing business, through the course of being in business and stuff, like, I was in business 3 years before I incorporated. My business had gone to the point where after about 3 years, I said, you know what? Okay. I'm booking more than myself now. It's time for me to separate me and the business out.
Yeah.
So I, formed an LLC because that's what makes the most sense. Right.
Yep.
But yeah, it doesn't mean anything, otherwise, but
that's kind of where I'm at now too. Cause I have people that are asking, and then I'm, referring now to, my travel agent and things like that. And I'm just like, wow, I could have booked that. That's my friend, or that's somebody I work with, or that's, my family, or somebody that's, I wouldn't say a sure book, but they're coming and saying, hey, I'm ready to book a cruise.
Yeah.
I want to ask you questions. I don't
Right.
really know too much, or I do know a decent amount, and I need to book somewhere. Do you know somebody?
Right.
And I'm like, that
Yeah.
somebody could be me.
Right.
Instead of being like, oh, hey, I have a friend that wants to book, I'm going to send them over.
Right.
That could be me.
But I think in this scenario, you're a vlogger, right? About cruising.
Yep.
So you're at least going to be taking however many cruises a year you're doing, right?
Yep.
Why not book your own cruises? Why not get a little bit back on the back end? Why not have the advantage of being able to get in and look and see what cruises, are available and what options you have, what the pricing is? Why not be able to do that for yourself?
Right.
In that scenario, and then just see where it goes from there.
Yep.
Right. So, whether it becomes a full scale travel agency where you're servicing, multiple clients and this or that or whatever, or if you're just, securing your own bookings.
Yeah. Because I do 410s right now. So I technically during the week I have 3 days off. So, it still does give me enough freedom to at least give 2 days to,
right.
nurturing that into something.
Right. Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah. So, like I said, for me, and I'm like any other business, right? Some days my phone's ringing off the hook. Other days it doesn't ring at all.
Yep.
Some days people are calling me. Some days people are emailing me.
Yep.
Just depends. Just depends on it. But, I'm always looking at stuff. When I'm not getting calls, when I'm not dealing with a client directly on this or that or whatever, I'm going into my CRM. I'm looking at all my existing bookings. I'm going back in and checking prices to make sure that, to see if prices have gone down or whatever, so that I can reprocess those rates for, my clients so that they can get a lower rate. I'm always doing that. So, and I'm also, working on my YouTube channel, which I need to start working more on. So, because I haven't published a blog since April. So, and I have a lot of vlog material. I just haven't published one since April. So I really need to get on that. So, but yeah.
Those your client in the background that are getting those emails that are saying, "Oh, I found you a lower price." Those are the people that are coming back to you, because those are the people that understand that you're doing that without anybody else.
I mean, I hope that's one of the reasons why they're coming back to me. I hope it's for, the fact that they see the value and the level of service that they're getting from me.
Yes.
Now Jeremy is right. Price drops aren't happening right now. But prior to the pandemic, they were. In fact, I easily had clients that I had processed 7 price drops. 7 price drops for them between the time they had booked and the time, because you can only process final price drops till final payment.
Yeah.
7 price drops between the time they had booked and final payment. Right now, they're not happening now. Right? Because pricing is through the roof right now, because demand is through the roof, right? But demand is not going to remain this way. It honestly isn't. It's remained higher than I thought it would, but it absolutely positively cannot remain this high forever. It will drop. And when that happens, the cruise lines will do exactly what everybody in their situation does, airlines and everything else. When demand drops, so will prices.
Yep.
To try to entice booking.
Yep.
So it will happen, right? I had clients who came to me, used me prior to the shutdown, prior to COVID, but were kind of reluctant about it. In that they really felt like they just wanted to go and book on their own. They wanted to just be able to go in, do it, be done. Didn't want to have to kind of deal with back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And then COVID hit. And every single last one of them literally took a moment out of some phone call in the course of whatever and said to me, "We just want to take a moment to thank you, because if we had to deal with this on our own, we would just have died. And we thank you so much for being here for us and for dealing with this for us." And, and I'm like, cool. I'm glad you see the value now in our services, so. But I still will have people say to me, "I didn't even know travel agents were still a thing."
Yep.
What are you going to do? So.
It was different, 20 years ago. I mean, my aunt was a travel agent too, and it was just different the way things were run back then. I remember being over her house and the things that she would talk about, and as far as traveling, it's just different.
Yeah. It definitely is. So, like I said, I enjoy it. I always enjoyed it. Even before I was a travel agent, in jobs and stuff like that, I would go somewhere, I would come back, people would be like, "Oh, I heard you were on another fabulous vacation. Boy, I gotta have your life," and stuff like that, or whatever. People would say to me, how can I get people like you got, or this or that, or whatever. So it's like when I retired, I did a little bit of consulting first. And then I was like, I don't really want to do this anymore. I'm so tired of fixing people's problems. right? Like I was in IT. Okay. So I was like, if I don't have to have somebody say to me, you know, this, that, or whatever, and try to figure out why it did that and fix it for it, I'd be perfect if I never have to do that again. Right. So, you know, I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm one of these people that got to retire early. What am I going to do now? You know? So, you know, my wife was like, well, you know how people are always asking you about travel advice and this and that and everything else. She's like, why don't you become a travel agent? And even I said at that time, are travel agents really even a thing anymore? Like, do they really exist? And then like that's when she said to me, she's like, well, you know, look at all the people going to AAA all the time, and look at Boss Cobb's. Boss Cobb's is a small department store chain in my area. It stretches from like here to maybe like Maryland or something like that or whatever, right? There's maybe like, I don't know, 12 stores or something like that or whatever. It's very similar to like Kohl's or J.C. Penney and stuff like that. It's kind of like that, right? But anyway, she was like, you know, look at Boss Cobb's. They have their own travel and stuff like that. And then there was a chain of travel agencies at least in this area. It's called Liberty Travel.
Oh yeah.
And they all closed up during COVID and stuff, right? Even when I was just in AAA the other day, they used to have like 25 cubicles around the edge of their building. Every one of them had a travel agent in it. Now they have one. You know, like the rest of them are empty. So, but in any event, they, you know, she was like, why don't you become a travel agent? And I was like, okay. And I knew somebody that lived in a nearby town from where I live, that had moved to a suburb of Charlotte. And she was a travel agent. And I contacted her and I was like, who'd you sign up with? And she's like, I signed up through this agency in Ohio called KHM. And I was like, okay, cool. So I checked them out. I checked all the other ones out and I'm like, $9,000, $500. You know, so I picked KHM, right? And then I spent 2.5 years training. I said, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. I spent 2.5 years going through every training. Now, I'd say 2.25 years was doing carnival training. No, I'm just kidding. It does feel like it takes 2.5 years to do carnival training, though. Carnival is like
there's a lot of modules in carnivals.
Carnival is brutal.
There is.
There was 17 on Royal.
Yeah, I mean Carnival
17 modules.
Now, when I was doing Royal Caribbean training, RCU, which is what they call it now, Royal Caribbean University, did not exist. RCU came along later. But Carnival was just absolutely brutal training, so it took forever to get through. So I spent a lot of time doing Carnival training and stuff like that, but I was doing other people's training and stuff too. So I did Carnival, Royal Caribbean. I did a lot of all-inclusive resorts, Riu, Iberostar, Dreams and Secrets and stuff like that or whatever. So I spent a lot of time doing that. Then I went in and did Princess. And I started to do, here's the thing. I don't know why, but for some reason, I would rather stick white hot sewing needles through my eyes than do Virgin Voyages training. Like Virgin Voyages, I'm just like I cannot find the motivation to finish their training. I'm about halfway through and I just cannot find the motivation to get back in and finish it. But in any event, you know, I just have been doing everybody's training, you know, over the time. I did Disney was also very brutal because when you do Disney initially, you have to do both Orlando and Hollywood, like or Disneyland and Disney World. I was thinking of Universal. So Disney, you have to do both Orlando and land. So World and Land, very long, and then you have to do cruise. So once you get that done, all you have to do is the supplementals, the increments every year. Same with Universal. You have to do Hollywood Studios in Orlando. And then every year you just have to do the supplements. So, I spent 2.5 years doing training and stuff like that. I was selling some travel along the way, but again, mostly me and some family members. It wasn't until I was done with the bulk of that training in 2.5 years to where I really kind of ramped up advertising and this and that or whatever. And I really felt like I knew enough about a lot of products, a lot of options to be able to adequately represent them to potential clients. And it was something that I did for myself because I felt it was ethical, for me to know enough. That doesn't mean that it would be unethical to sell travel to people without having done training. I just felt like that's what I wanted to do for me. So.
Yeah, when I tried to dive into the Disney training, they started to teach me about all-inclusive, or not all-inclusive, but like a place in Hawaii.
Alani.
Yeah, and I'm like, what does this have to do with Disney cruises? I'm like, this has nothing, because I just wanted to sell cruises.
Yeah.
I guess the name of the agency just kind of throws me off, but like, I'm only pushing cruises because that's what I'm comfortable selling.
Yeah. I mean, my agency is called Sail Away Cruise and Travel,
right.
LLC, right?
Right.
Sail Away Cruise and Travel. So you think mostly cruises when you think Sail Away Cruise and Travel, LLC, right? So that's what I do. 70% cruising, 30% all-inclusives. I've sent about 4 families to Disney. And I don't care if anybody ever calls me about Disney again, right? Like, Disney is not my focus. My focus is cruising because that's the one product that I feel as strong about as I do. I think cruising is the best value in vacations. I think cruising is a fantastic, wonderful way to go on vacation. And I believe in it strongly, wholeheartedly. So that's why my travel agency has a name that says cruise. Sail Away Cruise and Travel. I also believe that an all-inclusive is basically like a land-based cruise. You go there, it is very similar. You go, you check in, there are shows, there's multiple dining options, there's drinks, there's beach, there's, it's basically a land-based cruise. An all-inclusive is, which is why I also feel very strongly in it. So, but cruising is my ultimate passion, ultimate, desire. So that's why my agency is geared towards it. And it's the bulk of what I sell. So.
Fellas, I'm going to get off because I got to get up at like 7.
Okay.
I will catch you all later. I'll probably be on again tomorrow night.
All right.
But see you all later.
See you, Mike.
Peace.
I mean, I'm waiting for Eddie to become a travel agent.
Yep.
Seriously. Why not, Eddie?
It's to me, this YouTube channel is busy enough.
Oh, it is. It is. But think about it, think about, you've got, I mean, I'm not saying you're not busy. I'm not saying you don't have things to do in your life, but you're not getting up every day and going to an office and stuff like that, and this and that, and coming home to a family and all these other kinds of stuff, that would occupy your time, I guess is what I'm trying to say, right? And then you could book your own travel.
Even Alice mentioned it to me.
Yeah.
She even said it, how, become a travel agent. Like,
yeah.
It's so much competition out there, and I need to be very careful because I get disability, and I have a maximum amount that I could go over.
Of course.
Right.
And then that's it.
Yeah. Well, then don't advertise. Just, like I said, sign up with Cruise Brothers and book your own travel.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like you control how many clients you're going to have.
Yeah.
Now, let's say you get on a public forum like this and say, I'm a travel agent, then you open up yourself to maybe a lot more clients than you're able to handle.
Yeah.
But if you keep it under wraps, you can learn more about each cruise line and use your knowledge based off of what you learn to plan better voyages, save money along the way, and make a little bit of that money back.
Yep.
And I do have the time,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like after like
You know, like I mean, listen, I've told everybody in the community, you know what? I'm willing to share my knowledge and experience and help you out with this and that and everything else. Jeremy contacts me sometimes. Clock contacts me sometimes. I either know the answer, I don't know the answer, or I'll find the answer.
Or he's
right?
working on it, immediately after the request.
Yep. So it's like, I'm more than willing to help everybody, know as much as, because nobody was there to help me. I'm more than willing to pay it forward for other people.
Yeah.
I wish somebody had been there for me. I learned a lot of it on my own and stuff, but I've had multiple conversations with Clock and helped him with different things and stuff like that. I'm more than willing to help anybody else with stuff. Like I said, I don't know the answer to everything. I know most of the answers, and if I don't know it, I'll find the answer and get back to you on it. But yeah, it'd be, be kind of a logical step for you, possibly, Eddie. So.
And when she said it to me, I kind of said, well, once you become retired, then she could back me up, and we both could do it.
Yeah,
that's another
absolutely.
5 years, So maybe. Yep. You never know. Maybe next year I might take you on that and jump on it.
Yeah. Beth has always said to me, she's always said to me, once I retire, if you still had a travel agency or whatever, maybe I'll sign up too and become a sub agent or something like that or whatever, and we'll both sell travel. I'm like,
yes,
yep,
yeah, we'll see. You
yeah,
never know.
I think we're going to move to this place in Georgia called Chattahoochee Hills.
Hey. Nice town, my man.
He's like, oh my God, please don't move. Please don't move here. Please don't move here.
You like it down here in this area?
Seriously, like I haven't seen much of your area, but like what I see of it, I really like.
It's all country.
Yeah, I know. I love that.
I'd say Southwest Atlanta, but it's Southwest Atlanta.
I have lived here in the same zip code my entire life, but my zip code is exploding with growth, right? Absolutely exploding. In fact, my town has just gotten a second zip code. We've just got a second area code because we've run out of numbers in our area code. It's exploding where I live. And every single day when I deal with all this extra traffic and everything else, Beth and I look at each other every day and say, we're ready to go further out. Like ready to move and go further out because we just cannot stand all the additional growth and traffic around here. So
yeah, this is very tranquil out here.
Yeah,
and
where I live used to be exactly what I saw in some of your videos. That used to be exactly the way it was here, but it is not like that here anymore because they are just putting. Houses are just showing up everywhere. So
over in State Road 70, which is on the other side, there's studios coming in about I will say I think like 50 acres of land are being taken with a studio. So it's gonna be what is on the other side, closer to the Noonan city. So it's further south.
Yeah.
But, there was a fight here in Chattahoochee Hills. They were fighting about it, but I guess money talks, bullshit walks.
Yeah. Like Beth and I too. Like we live in a bubble, right? Like our house is 5,000 square feet, right? So we have a nice big house, right? We paid less than $200,000 for it 15 years ago.
Nice.
Right? We look at places like this now, they're like $500,000.
Easy.
Yeah, I know. So when we look at that, we think to ourselves, You know, it's like sticker shock for us, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what I think about you, Mike. Like I know when you said like, yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I said I wonder if it's because he can't bring himself to spend the kind of money that these people want for their places now. You know?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you know, well, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, Houston traffic is, you know, it's just crazy sometimes. I mean, you can't get anywhere, uh, and so that's part of it. You know, I mean, so I figure I'll try to, and I bought this house before the old, you know, the pandemic, and so I got a good price on it.
Yeah.
It was a new build, and it's really too much house for one person. I mean, I love the house. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Anything bad about it. You know, so I look at the way the prices have went way up. You know, so if I sell this house, I mean, I'm going to make a pretty sizable profit. And so, but now, of course, the flip side of that is interest rates are not what they were when I bought this place.
Exactly.
I'm going to be looking. You know, my price range is going to be a lot lower than even what I paid for this one.
Right.
So you know, it's called. I'm definitely looking at different places. You know.
Yeah, I think our mortgage rate is 3%.
Just looking for a change. You know, it's just I kind of feel like I'm in a rut in my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, Texas is always going to be my home, but you know, I don't know anybody here anymore. You know,
right. I heard you say that. Like, I heard you say that. Like somewhere else, I heard you say that. Like, you know, I don't really know I don't have any family here. I don't have nothing keeping me here. Right.
I mean, I interact more with you know, you guys on YouTube than I do anybody around here, which is, I mean, I don't know if that's sad.
Right.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
But it's
see, like I've lived here in the same place my whole life. Right. So my wife and I have been married 13 years, and I was married once before. And I lived in that marriage. I lived a mile from where I live right now. And before that marriage, I grew up in this same town. I live in a town called Mechanicsburg, right? So Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania is where I live. It's a suburb of the capital of Harrisburg, right? I've lived in Mechanicsburg my entire life. I have always lived here. I have never not lived here. My wife has lived all over the place. She was born in Memphis, Tennessee, lived there till she was 8. She's lived all over different parts of Pennsylvania, here, there, Delaware, Philadelphia, this, that, everything else. She's lived all over the place. Her dad was a Marine. You know, they lived all over the place. So, you know, when she moved here, she lived over in the eastern suburbs of Harrisburg. And when I met her, I was said, "What the hell are you doing over here in the East Shore?" We call it the East Shore and the West Shore, right? Because the Susquehanna River divides the city and the eastern suburbs with the western suburbs, which is the main contributory to the Chesapeake Bay. Right. Susquehanna River is the main contributory to the Chesapeake Bay. So anyway, I said, "What the hell are you doing over here in the east suburbs? Come over here to the west suburbs, way better." She moved over here, loves it. You know, we've lived here ever since we've been married, which has been since 2010. But I've lived here my entire life. My family's here, everybody's here. But she has, and her mom lives here now. Her mom used to live somewhere, you know, up different part of the state and stuff.
Yeah.
But her mom lives here now because her dad passed away during COVID. So her mom lives here now, 10 minutes away, and stuff. But, you know, this is where we've lived. We will always keep this house. We will never sell this house. We will always keep this house. But we too are up in the air. Like, we want to move someplace where it doesn't necessarily snow.
Yeah.
Or get freezing cold and stuff like that. But we always want to be able to come back here.
Right.
So we will probably keep this place, especially with, I mean, the value of it now You know, like I said, we paid less than 200 grand on it 13 years ago. I think the mortgage company just sent us a letter telling us we think your house is now worth $405,000.
Yeah.
So we have hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity in it. We will never get rid of it. We will keep this house forever, right? Especially my kids are about to leave and move out on their own.
Yeah.
So it will just be the two of us.
Yeah, I see Will G was asking in the chat where in Texas I'm at. I'm just like 30 miles north of Houston. Porter, that's the name of the
I know it seems like all of you guys are from Texas, right? Jeremy's from Texas, you're from Texas. Z lives where, near Dallas?
He's up in the Dallas area, I think.
Yeah. But isn't like Embarkation Nation, aren't they up in the Dallas area as well?
No, they're down in Corpus.
Oh, they're down in Corpus Christi. Really?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know
No,
that.
just north of Corpus.
Really? Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it seems like a lot of you guys are from down there. So
yeah, I mean, wherever I move, I mean, it'll be a little bit sad to move away from.
So do you think you'll still move somewhere in Texas, or you think you'll move to Florida? I know you want to leave it. I know you want to keep it a big secret to do a review about it. So don't say anything you don't want to say.
I mean, I'm looking at different states. I mean, I'm looking here in Texas. I'm also looking. I looked in Florida. The thing with Florida though is a lot of the places that are kind of in the price range I'm looking at. I'll find a place that I like, and every single time it's like 55 and up. You know.
Georgia, just saying.
I've been looking there. I've been looking like right around the Gulf Coast, the Gulf Coast area. So,
gotcha.
Because obviously I like to cruise, so I want to be somewhat accessible.
Right.
An easy drive, hopefully.
But also, do you have a place to evacuate to in the event one of our friends show up from the tropics?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I don't want to be like right on the water.
Yeah.
But like far enough inland, but not too far. Far enough where I'm safe.
For so many years, my wife and I, we were absolutely dead set, Mike. We were like absolutely dead set. We were positive. Every time we went to Central Florida, we checked out different neighborhoods. In fact, we have friends that have relocated. We probably have easily 10 friends that have relocated to Central Florida. And one time, one of the last times we went there, we deliberately got a hotel out near UFC. Near the University of Central Florida,
right?
UCF. So we got a hotel out there so that we could check the area out. We were doing that. We were checking all these different areas out because we were absolutely positive we were moving to Central Florida. And now we've taken a step back and we've looked at three factors: the people, the politics, and the fact that insurance on a house in Florida is like gazillions of dollars and stuff like that. And a combination of those three, we would not move to Central Florida or anywhere in Florida at this point, even if it was free.
Yeah.
Like, we just will not move there now. So now we're reevaluating it. Now we're looking at places like South Carolina, Georgia, maybe North Carolina, but we feel like that's not far enough south.
Yep.
So, but we're looking at places like Georgia and South Carolina now, just, because we want to be far enough south. We want to be away from some of the cold weather. We want milder winters. But there's just absolutely, positively no way. And with all due respect, Jeremy, we really feel like Texas is almost like Florida, right?
Getting there.
Yeah. really feel like the people, and the politics and stuff in Texas are not that dissimilar from Florida, and we just don't want to do it. And when I say politics, here's the thing. I'm a lifelong Republican. Okay. I served under the Pennsylvania State House Dome for the Senate Republicans for decades. Okay. I am a lifelong Republican. I have always been a Republican, but what I am is a Republican classic, right? I am not a modern Republican, if that's what you can call them. I am not a MAGA person. I am not a Trump supporter. I am not. I'm Republican classic. So I cannot deal with these modern Republican ideals and politics. I cannot deal with them. I do not support
Especially
them.
how things are going now in Florida with this dude in charge.
Yeah. I just cannot deal with it.
I wouldn't
So
say
when I look at that kind of stuff in both Texas and Florida, I think to myself, I can't do it. Can't do
well,
it.
I
Can't do
wouldn't
it.
say
Can't do
that
it.
Texas is that far.
No,
Because if you think
it's
about
not.
it,
It's not.
if you
It's
think
not
about
that
it,
far. I don't think so.
think about it, all the big cities are blue.
Yeah.
Houston,
Yeah.
Dallas, Austin,
Right.
San Antonio, El Paso.
Right.
That's all blue.
Yeah.
So,
Like they don't have to be blue for me because, like I said, I'm a
but
Republican.
I'm just saying
Things don't have to be blue for me, but they can't be like they can't be crazy like Florida is.
right.
Can't be. Nope. Sorry. Can't do it.
Well, I think the thing about Florida was people just went there because they were escaping other places, like say, out
Crow's
west,
Nest.
California, up north, people that were under those lockdowns, and so they were looking for places to escape to, and I mean that was a driving factor, for a lot of people on the floor.
I'm not trying to listen. I'm not trying to take this discussion political in any way. I'm just saying, I can't move to Florida now because of the politics, because of the people, and because of the crazy insurance rates and all this and that and everything else. I can't buy a house in Florida and live there and spend I can't go down there and buy a house that I'm perfectly happy with, and I'm only like 30 minutes away from cruise ships, so I can get on them every week and stuff like that. I can't do that and then spend 10 grand on insurance that's going to end up not paying me anything when a hurricane hits or something. And the the Florida legislature has passed laws and stuff that allow the insurance companies to say, we just decided we're not going to pay you, and we get away with it. I can't live in a place like that. Right. So, like I said, so now we're reevaluating it. But no matter where we live, we will always own this house here. So, because we need a place to run to when things get crazy.
Sanctuary.
So, yes. So, and like I said, we've had lots of neighbors around us that have done a lot of the same things. They live here in the summer and live somewhere else in the winter. Somewhere else warmer in the winter. So
yeah.
For
We
sure.
were going to move to the main spot we were looking was Ocala years ago, but always something in the back of my head kept saying no. I don't want to. I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm from Miami and still didn't want to go to Florida. So we started looking around. We thought about Virginia again. I wanted to end up in South Carolina, closer to the border between the South Carolina and Georgia. So within a 2-hour drive, we could come down here and see our family here.
Yeah.
I mean, Alice's family. All I have is a brother in Miami and a cousin. My sister is living now in Puerto Rico. Me and my brother, we're two different people. We are opposites big time. So once we looked at a few places, we both realized that Georgia was the spot for us. Closer, if we end up coming here closer to them, we got this house at a great deal, and I'm very happy, here. I thought it was gonna be rough at the beginning when I first moved, but once I live here by myself first, I was here 6 months out of the year by myself without Alice because Alice was still working off state.
Right.
So I got used to it. I got comfortable. So I said, "Yep, we picked the right place." So I'm very happy that we're out of the hustle and bustle of Atlanta. We're out in the country, even though
Yeah.
it's a little, it could get a little weird sometimes around here because of who you're talking about. But
Mhm.
other than that,
I mean, listen. I mean, there's crazy MAGA people. I mean, Pennsylvania is a purple state, right? So what they call a swing state, right?
Yep.
So our legislature has been controlled by the Republicans for 25 years. The Democrats just took our House of Representatives by a very slim margin, first time in, like I said, like 25 years. Our governor goes back and forth all the time, right? Sometimes we have a Republican, sometimes we have Democrats, about 50-50 on the governor side of it. We have a Democrat governor right now. He had been our attorney general. He's like the youngest governor we've ever had, right? His name is Josh Shapiro. So he's from the Philly area or whatever. So, but things are like that around here too. There's Trump signs everywhere and stuff like that. Trump 2024 and stuff. There's Trump rallies here, everything else. I mean, it is what it is, right? Like I said, I try not to get involved in it too much, but I can tolerate it here, right? Because it is a nice mix. Florida just seems to be absolutely whacked, and it seems like it's just happened in the last 4 years or so. We just could never move there now at this point, unless things would radically change or something like that. But we had always had our heart set on it for the weather, for the area, and the fact that we would be so close to cruises. We could just cruise often, but now we're starting to see a lot more cruises leaving from the Northeast and stuff now too. And the thing that we always hated about cruises from the Northeast is they were only ever going to the Bahamas, because it's all the further you could get in 7 days from here, right? You can't get any further unless you go in like 11 days and stuff like that. And it just never had a lot of those. But now they're having more and more and more of those. And now with MSC coming to New York, and now with Carnival sailing from New York year round now instead of just during the summer and fall, it's providing us some more options for sure. We're definitely, enjoying those and taking advantage of those. But for me, it's an ordeal for me to get to a ship outside of this area. I have to drive 2 hours to a major airport, park, fly back. It's a big deal for me to get to a ship.
Yes.
We can't all just hop in our car and be at a ship in 10 minutes, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was able to actually get a pretty cheap flight to LA the other day because my next cruise is out of Long Beach on the Navigator of the Seas. Actually, I just was able to check in online this morning, so got my 10:30 boarding time. So, but it only cost me $200 round trip. So, I mean, I could have went with Spirit and got it for 130, but
yeah,
I don't want to deal with Spirit.
So like when I first started doing the morning show with Jeremy and Eddie, my one client, Jeremy Farino, he's in our chat here or whatever, he had said to me, Jeremy was talking about, how they're in Galveston, they're so close to the port and stuff like that. And Jeremy Farino had said to me, this cruise port flex is really starting to irritate me. I mean, he was just kidding, right? He was just joking, playing around, right? But because that's how we feel, right? Because he lives here too, right? And for us to get to a ship, even if I'm going, like even to Baltimore, it's an hour drive, right? To New York or Bayonne or whatever, it's a 2.5 hour drive or 2.5 hour train ride. Up there, it's not exactly, it's not exactly 10 minutes away, but
yep. And he seconded that in the chat right here. Sister-in-law moved to a house in Florida as far away from every cruise port that she could. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, but
I just kind of lucked up here, guys. I mean, you know, what can I say?
I know. No,
I didn't even-
listen, we don't. I don't
even-
begrudge you. I'm just carrying on with you about it.
I didn't even
So,
know that I was going to be cruising whenever I came here.
Sure.
I had never cruised before.
Right. Like, you know, like part of me, like Beth is jealous a little bit about the booze cruise this year because she was like, might be nice to cruise out of New Orleans, you know, like down the Mississippi and stuff like that or whatever. So, you know, I mean, obviously there's nothing we can do about it because we're on Wonder, but you know, definitely something to consider for the future. But you know, listen, I mean, I think it's awesome. I think it's wonderful, you know, that anybody who lives so close to a cruise port, you know, like I said, it's awesome, you know, and I would sail out of Baltimore more if they went places more often than Port Canaveral, Nassau, and Half Moon.
Yep.
You know, so, but they just can't get any further and back in 7 days.
That's my thing too.
Yeah. So like Beth, you know, my wife, she says to me, you know, like if we end, you know, eventually if we move to South Carolina, we move to Georgia, we're likely to drive to Florida ports and stuff like that and not fly. So, you know, obviously that's not going to be 10 minutes away either, but it'll be nice to not, like I said, nice to not, you know, I have to drive to like the two airports I fly out of most often are BWI and Reagan. So National Airport in Washington, right?
Yeah.
So that's, you know, Baltimore is about an hour and a half drive for me. Reagan's 2 hours. So I have to drive there, park, pay to park, you know, go through the whole airport thing, fly, get to where I'm going, stay at a hotel, rent a car, drive to the port, you know, and then do the whole thing in reverse, you know, just for 7 days. You know, I mean, it as I get older, I'm minding it more. So
I'm doing it for 2. So
I know, like I thought to myself, he's got to be doing something in addition. Like I thought to myself, if you're flying there just for Margaritaville at sea, man, that's dedication.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I got the itch to do something else before the Alaska cruise in August. And that just seemed the most sensible at the time.
Yeah.
And the person I was going with the first person I was going with ended up backing out on me. So I ended up making the connection with the person I'm going with in Alaska to do the Margaritaville cruise. But otherwise, I was going to do that cruise by myself. So,
wow. I mean, I would do Margaritaville at sea all day long, every day, as long as I was already in South Florida doing an additional cruise.
Yeah.
Right. Like I would never go down there just for that ever.
I was just itching to get out, and I did the math on like some Carnivals and some other cruise lines 2 and 3 day or 3 day and 4 day, and it just didn't make sense. So this was the only one that made sense.
Sure. Yeah. So yeah.
Gentlemen, y'all have a good night.
Night, Jeremy.
I am ducking out.
See you Sunday. What's going on Sunday?
Oh, they were in the chat a while ago, and we're interviewing them.
Traveling with Tinkerbell.
Yes.
Traveling with Tinkerbell.
And so that's going to be Sunday at 2 p.m. Central.
Looking forward to it.
Alrighty, y'all.
Have a good night.
Texas.
Shalom.
Night.
Texas.
Texas, 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 Texas.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh my Lord. At least we have Denise here in the chat still here.
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw her pop in. I thought, "Ooh, lurker."
I get the feeling someone is watching us.
That's right. Oh my, oh my, oh my. See, right now, 7 hours from Tampa,
Mm.
6 from New Orleans, 5 from Mobile, 10 from Galveston, 8, I'll say, from Port Canaveral, and 11 from Miami.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah.
that's a day drive,
Right.
And the good thing about Miami is that I go straight to my brother's house, leave the car there, and he could take us to the port. So
Yeah.
that's me big time moolah
Right.
if I was ever to be out of Miami. So
Yeah. So like we always do a cruise in October, always, because my birthday is the 29th of October. My wife's is the 17th. So so we always do a cruise in October for our birthdays. Sometimes it's over her birthday week, sometimes over my birthday week, but we always do
next
it.
year we get to
Yes. Yes. So so we always do a cruise in October, always. But like I said, last year I was just like, you know what? I looked at my wife, I was like, I think I'm gonna go early. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, I think I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna get on this 3-day on Maravilla. And then I'm gonna go and stay a week, in Orlando. And then you can fly down like normal. And we'll go, and I think we got on Harmony. Yeah, we got on Harmony, right? Then you can fly down, we'll get on Harmony, and we'll sail Harmony, and then we'll fly home together. I loved how that worked out so well last year. I'm doing it again this year.
Nice.
The only difference is that last year she flew down at the end of the week, and when it spent 2 days. I think we went to Disney. I think we went to Hollywood, which I still call MGM.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So we went to MGM for a day or whatever, and spent the day there at the resort at a pool and stuff like that or whatever. And then we went out and got on Harmony. This time she's flying down earlier. So, in any event, and then we'll just do some stuff in Orlando and stuff before we go out and get on Wonder. So, but it's like worked out so well. But then I just said to her, but now in addition to that 3-day I have on Seaside and the 7 days on Wonder and the week in between resort in Orlando, maybe I should take a third cruise.
One God.
At the end of September, beginning of October, and stay down there the whole damn month, right?
Might as well.
So seriously, like now I'm starting to look at that, just to kind of make it worth the while to go down there.
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Because like I said, I'm just minding going down there for a little bit of time. Like I really want to try to maximize my time down there or whatever, and try to squeeze in as much cruising as I can. But see how it all works out. I've been eyeballing stuff. I really am having trouble locking things down, just because I'm like, well, I want to do this, but then I want to do that, and and I'm really going back and forth. I don't know which one I want to do. So,
and in your pants.
It's like, listen, I every day I think to myself, these are first world problems. You should be ashamed of yourself of even discussing them with anyone, let alone thinking about it as much as you do. There are people starving in this world. There are people living in boxes, sitting in alleyways, talking to buildings, eating out of garbage cans, and
there you are.
You're sitting here obsessing over which fabulous vacation you should be going on next. You should be ashamed of yourself.
And then pick up that Corona and drink it.
Well, like, it's empty now.
I know you got more.
I have more, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drink anymore at this juncture of the day. So,
you mean the evening?
Exactly.
The morning.
So, when I cut a lime up into 4 sections, that kind of limits me.
Okay.
Kind of.
4 bottles, that's it. Not a 6-pack. Oh.
Plus, remember the night I was in here when I hadn't been drinking beer, when I had actually been drinking like actual drinks, liquor? Okay. Remember how disastrous that was that night, Eddie? Okay.
Mike, I love you, Mike. Mike, I love you.
Trust me, you only want me drinking beer.
He can tell the Canadian Mike. Mike, I love you.
Really
I love your country, Mike.
Yes.
What the?
It could get rough. So I think
What's
that
going
night
on?
I was having these things called like, what was I drinking? I was making them at home here, right? But I'd seen this recipe on TikTok or something. It was like hurricanes or something. I think it was. This is what it was. It was Malibu rum, blue curacao, vodka, ginger ale, and pineapple juice. Right? And I was mixing them up here at home, and I was like, I went to the liquor store at night. It cost me like $60 in liquor. Right?
No, I remember in my old days. Yeah, I used to drink a lot too, but
Like in Pennsylvania, the liquor stores are run by the state. In fact, people still call them the state stores, right?
I like Virginia.
So, yeah, because they're run by the states. You can't buy liquor independently in Pennsylvania. You just recently, you've been able, like, it's a gray area, right? Like you can buy beer in a grocery store or in a convenience store, but that grocery store and convenience store has to serve food. And if they don't, you can't. So, and you can only check out at the register that's in that section of the store that sells food. You can't just take it up to the front where you pay for your groceries. Anyway, it's a gray area. But yeah, so because the state runs the store, it's expensive. There's no competition.
Well, you know what's propped up here because of the whole pandemic situation is the drive-through drink places. So, like, you go through the drive-through, they mix you up a margarita or a daiquiri or whatever, and drive off with it. And I don't know. It was something to do with because there was a big fight over the lockdowns, and I don't know. The governor got involved, and because I guess it was a fight over some of these restaurants were allowed to be open, but the bars weren't.
Mm-hmm.
And then so then of course they're complaining, and so somehow it started out. I guess some of the restaurants were allowed to like if you were doing Uber Eats or something, you could get a drink delivered.
Gotcha.
So then that evolved into these places opening up, and they're all over the place now. You just pull your car up, and handing you daiquiris, and I don't know how they get around the open container law with that, but
right. Well, like with Pennsylvania, it's very draconian. Like I said, even if you do go into a bar or whatever, which is primarily where you would buy like beer and stuff, you can only carry out 2 6-packs at a time. You can't carry out any more. You can go out to your car, come back in, and get 2 more if you wanted it for some reason. Yeah. But if you wanted more than that, you have to go to like a beer distributor, and even then, there's only a few of them. They're like here and there. They're not like all over the place. So that's the only place you can get more than that. And like I said, the only place you can get liquor is a state store, a state government run store. So, but yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is in Pennsylvania. But I'd say if I were to drink every single weekend of the year, so if I were to drink 52 times a year, probably 50 of those 52 times would be beer, and the 2 would be liquor, because I'm just not a liquor drinker. I'm a beer drinker. So And even then, I only drink like 3-4 beers or whatever, and I'm done. Like I don't get all what would they call? I don't get hogged up. You know what I mean? Like I don't do that. I don't do it. But this one night, I jumped in a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Right, I jumped into one of Eddie's lives. After having like sucked down, I don't know, like 9,000 hurricanes, right, through a straw. And Mike and Rihanna were in here, and I had just like they were brand new, right? And I was like, I probably had just seen some like crazy MAGA thing or something on TV or whatever, and I was just like, I hate being an American or something like that. I was like, oh my god, I love you, Canadians! I love the Canadians. Canadians are amazing. I love you, right? So I just kept telling them the whole night, I love you, Canadians. I love Canadians. I love Canadians. You know,
When
I
you
was
moved to
like,
Canada, oh man,
like I love Canadians. You know, like I was like all crazy and shit about it one night. I was like, oh my god. Next day, I was like, I seriously, like if there was a hole I could have crawled into the next day, I was just like, oh my god, and that's out there. Like, how much money will it cost me to get Eddie to like delete that live from his channel? He's not going to do it because he needs the hours. You know, I'm stuck with it. Oh my god, people are going to be like, never watch me again because it was bad.
a lot of love, a lot of love. Put them out.
So, but I seriously do. I seriously do have that much admiration for Canadians. I just probably would never express it that way in any other condition. So, but you know, because I really feel like they're Americans that haven't lost their friggin' minds.
True.
Like the rest of us have, right? And their ketchup only has 4 ingredients, and ours has 19. So,
wow.
10 of which the ingredients you can't pronounce.
Exactly. So, but yeah. So, anyway, but yeah. So, like I said, you want me drinking just a couple of beers on a live because I'm not crazy. I mean, seriously, Eddie, you got to admit, right? Even when I'm in here drinking Coronas, I'm not like I was that night.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Nothing
exactly.
even close.
That night was absolute.
I'll be putting you down like, hey, slow down.
That was rough.
You're done.
Absolutely rough. Like even Alice was like, "What the hell is wrong with Scott tonight?"
Like I ran away. Like, what's wrong with this Yankee?
I know, seriously. Like Mike and Rihanna were just like, you know, I know they were thinking to themselves, oh my god, has this guy been drinking Canadian beer? Right?
Or something like that.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough for sure. So
oh my lord.
Yeah, so then my daughter does all these fundraisers and stuff for the MS Society and stuff, and sometimes, you know, they involve beer or liquor and stuff like that, right? So at the end of the day, whatever's left, she brings a lot of it home, right? So she brought like all these little bottles of Tito's and stuff home and everything else. I was like, don't bring that shit home. You know what I mean? Like, I do not need the temptation of that stuff in the house. Not that it's a temptation or anything, but I'm just like, don't give me options. Okay. Just leave me to beer, you know, and I'll be good. So, but I think she brought like there were these like British that had come over to do a bike MS. They bought all these like Margarita Jack, like cans of like something called like Margarita Jack or something like that. Basically like a margarita in a can, right?
Yeah.
And she brought home like a 12-pack of that crap, and she was like, at the end of the day, those guys were like, here, look, this is what we have left. Here, take it. So she brought it home. I was like, So, like the last time I was in Mexico, and this was not my fault, honestly. The taxi cab came, picked me up, take me back to the cruise or back to the ship. They pick you up outside the terminal because they're not allowed inside the terminal. In a cruise port, they're not allowed in there. So they pick you up outside. But when they take you back, if you show security your CPAS card, they will let the taxi in to drop you off. But only on the way back, not going out. But I didn't know that. Out of all the times I'd ever been there, I'd never had a taxi cab drop me off inside the port ever. They always drop you outside where they pick you up, right? But this time, but he didn't say anything to me until we literally pulled up to the security guard. And he puts the window down, and I was just sitting there. And he was like, show him your CPAS card. And I was like, oh, hell, I got it like buried in my bag here, right? So I like open my bag, pulling the zippers open and stuff like that. And this, and I'm digging around in there for it. And the security guard, after a moment or two, was like, these gringos and all their damn tequila, right? And I was like, shit, man. Like, I didn't know you wanted it. Like, if I'd have known you wanted it, I'd have had it ready. Like I was getting on the ship, they say, I have it ready, right? So anyway, I just, I felt like, oh my God, and he called me a gringo.
Well, technically.
Well, okay. I got it. The shoe fits. I got it. But, like, just tell me you needed me to have my CPAS ready. And I did not have too much tequila. Thank you very much. I was perfectly capable of finding my, card in there. I just needed some warning. So.
It's just the way it is, my man. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So she doesn't do tequila. She does rum. Rum, yes. I used to drink a lot of rum. Tequila, no.
Yeah.
Maybe once in a while I had a shot, and that was it.
Yeah.
No.
Well, like if I'm in Cozumel, or so I'm at Nachi when I'm in Cozumel, or if I'm in Costa Maya, I'm at Maya Chan, and I'm asking for margaritas because when in Rome,
do as a woman.
True.
Cruise Nuts from Mike during the bloggers, he got blitz in Cozumel. He almost got left behind.
Oh,
yeah, he was really big time. He drank a whole bottle by himself. And
okay, so one time, a long time ago, when I was in Mexico, like I'm sure you've heard about this before. Sometimes in Mexico, you can get tainted alcohol.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one time I was in Mexico and I got tainted alcohol, and it really incapacitated me. And if it hadn't been for my wife, I would have never made it back to the ship.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Like even water, I will not drink water or the ice and stuff like that. Gotta be in a bottle, and it has to be brand new seal. If he opens and I open it and it feels weird, no, I don't want this.
Yeah. Right.
I'm not drinking any of that crap. Get sick or whatever the deal. No, hell no. Screw that shit. So,
I mean, there's been a lot of people that have gotten tainted alcohol in Mexico and died.
Yep.
Luckily I didn't die, but I thought I was going to die. Like, it was rough. Yeah. And that's the first and only time that's ever happened to me. So I know that it was tainted alcohol. So, because I have drank a lot of alcohol sometimes, a lot of tequila, a lot of stuff, all over the place, and never was I that out of it like I was that night. I mean, that was rough.
Yeah.
I got back on the ship. Next day I woke up, I was on the bathroom floor.
Wow. You had no idea how you got there.
Yeah, never, ever in my entire life had that experience. So
that sucks.
Look at that. I would be tainted with fentanyl.
Yeah, my wife was like, she was like, you crawled in there, and she was like, and I just said, I'll check on you every couple of hours, make sure you're still breathing. But otherwise, she was like, I'm just gonna leave you
See
be.
ya.
I'm gonna leave you be until it all, works itself out.
I'm just glad that Alice never met me when I was an alcoholic. So things were bad back then. So
Yeah.
but I walked away from other stuff, So
Well, like I said, I usually just have, I said a couple of beers on the weekends. I don't, drink otherwise. My weeks are my weeks. I'm working, doing different things around the house and stuff like that. And Friday night comes, it's Miller time. So
that's right. That's the way it is. I don't drink alcohol, period. Sharon. I don't drink alcohol either, Sharon. Not anymore.
Yeah.
I've been dry for since 1999. So
I mean, I never did when my kids were little and stuff like that, because I always felt like when you have little kids and stuff like that, you never know when something's going to happen, God forbid.
Yeah.
You want to be available and in your best mind, stuff like that. So when my kids were little and things like that, but once they were, bigger and could wipe their own, once they were bigger and stuff like that, I was just like, okay, So, sorry.
No, you're not. You know what you were saying, so and I agree.
Kinda. I was kinda, right? Kinda.
Close
So,
enough.
yeah, but anyway, it's a bit of my personality, right? That you don't necessarily always get. You certainly aren't going to see during the morning show. So, but yeah. So anyway, but yeah.
Hi guys.
So it's just
Viva la raza!
Pin in the ass.
Prime time in the morning.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and wrap up.
Okay.
I do have a live in the morning again, 9:30 in the morning.
Yes, you do not want to miss that one.
Oh my God! No.
Last time I see Sherry, she was like, "Eddie's not going to be here this morning." He was on that 7-hour marathon with the muscle drill.
With the Scotty tier.
Look,
With the
and
Scotsman.
Scott just said the other day in the chat, he was like, "I'm still recovering."
What live is tomorrow morning?
Destination Fun. She always has a live on Sunday morning or Saturday morning.
Saturday morning,
yeah. Tuesday evening. Is it Tuesday evenings and Saturday mornings? Right. Yeah.
6 p.m. on Tuesday. It used to be 11. Now she moved it to 10, and now it's 9:30 in the morning. It's like, oh my God!
That's Eastern time, isn't it?
Yeah, and the Cruising Chicks, they moved theirs on Sunday from 9 to 10. They seem like they're a little bit more awake at 10.
Yeah.
Than they were at 9.
I got their live, I think, either last night or the night before. I finally got to see some of the lives. Got to chat with them and a little bit. I was there maybe 20 minutes.
I mean, I hope I get to meet them in person someday. I mean, like, listen, they both seem like very nice people, right?
Yeah.
But you can clearly tell that that Kayla is got way more energy than Crystal,
which is the younger one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much younger she is though, but she's got way more energy.
She looks younger than.
Yeah, she definitely looks a little bit younger, but she's got way more pep and stuff like that or whatever than Crystal does. Not that either one of them is bad in any way. So I'm really enjoying their channel. So they seem to have a very unique perspective. They went to some winery in Myrtle Beach the other day or whatever, and it seemed like a lot of fun. So
yeah,
cool. Like Mr. Cruz Bay here, he had a live this morning, and I got to it late.
Well,
I didn't know you were live.
Well, what I've been doing is doing it like pre-recording them, recording them in the studio. Yeah, and then I just live stream it. So
yeah, right. Yeah, I've been catching a lot of them.
I've been having my house has to be available to view between 8 or 9 in the morning and 8 o'clock at night, and
Yeah.
I just do it. I record it early in the morning, do the cruise news, whatever, and then live stream it later. And then that way, if they say, "Hey, we want to come look at the house," then I'm not like sitting here all with the microphone and
Yeah, right.
crazy. But
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have to say, Eddie, on weekday mornings now, I do have my alarm set for the morning quickie. So
I know I'm really surprised how early you get up for that. I mean, we appreciate the support for sure, but I'm really astonished at how early you get up for all that.
I will tell you I commented before the morning show really grew on me. Like,
What?
I started watching it and it was in the background, and now it's something that I like. If I don't get to watch the morning show, like I don't know, my day doesn't start the same way. I don't know. It's just a little weird. It kind of grew on me. So I do have to say that it's the three different personalities, but you guys kind of, I don't know.
I mean, I think we do come together pretty well, right? I think you're right. It is different perspectives, but I think we mesh well together. I think it really is working out well.
Yes.
So
I appreciate that as a viewer. So
yeah. So and to be honest with you, I'm a little worried that Eddie's going to leave us though at some point.
Not yet.
No, because I mean, like, listen, because you're so busy with all kinds of other stuff and everything else, and you're doing all kinds of other stuff and everything, and you've reached your hours and stuff like that and everything. Your channel is going on, and I think to myself, and not that you don't deserve to cut back in any way.
I've been trying, but somehow it doesn't seem to go away.
But I am a little worried that one of these days he's going to come and say, "All right, we're leaving you." Like,
Sal and I definitely told Clark already. If it's up to you to be on live on Saturday night, I said I'm happy with Friday nights. I don't need both nights. You do. I don't really need it. I already got too much going on my plate. The thing is, Alex got on me about 3 months ago about being so busy and not giving her time.
Yeah.
Said, no, I had to take care of her too. So
yeah. So for me, Beth is working in the morning, right? So she goes to work she starts work at 7:30 in the morning. She can set her own hours, but she chose to set her hours at 7:30. So she's working from 7:30, so it's not a big deal for me. My travel agency doesn't open till 10.
Yeah.
So for me, it's perfect. And at night, like Friday nights like this, right? She's going to bed anyway. Yeah. So I would be sitting here all by myself anyway.
Yep. So
probably getting in trouble.
That's the I've been cutting down the weekends. I do a Saturday Stroll blog premiere once in a blue moon. I don't not like I used to. Fridays, the party after the Ray Parade, I'm doing that till October. I already told Megan that once October comes around and I leave to go on that cruise, get somebody else. I do want to walk away from that. Today, I only did like half hour, 45 minutes. Wasn't too much interaction or anything going on. So there's Fridays that I'm there 3 hours. There's Fridays that I'm there half hour. So today just felt like that, and I'm always extremely tired on Fridays. I don't know why.
Yeah,
it's just, I guess it gets in my head that it's gonna be a busy day, and it just mess up with the whole thing. So
Yeah, right.
So once October gets here, I'm done with that. I'm already done with the Thursday at noon. I killed that one.
Say you're not doing the noon ones anymore. I noticed that.
No, what do you mean news? I do news once in a while now. I used to do the Thursday at noon, and I don't do that anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I walk away from that one.
Yeah.
Now that we do the 5 days, there was no need for me to have the Thursday at noon. That one, that's how I started on Thursdays, and then Cruz Bay used to be with me most of the times, and it got to a point that there were days that I was there half hour. There were days that I was there 4 hours. So
right.
It all depended on the crowd that I was getting. So, and then the morning show showed up out of a coincidence, and then the show that we do all together now was brought in, and it seems to work at a good pray for me also, since Ali wakes me up in the morning anyway. I'm
Right.
already up, man, as well. And then after we are finished doing the show, that's what I either go snack or go take a nap. So
Yeah.
wake up a couple hours later and I'm good to go.
Right. Yeah. When we're done with the show, I usually just, get to work.
Yeah.
Like if I got emails or this or that or whatever, if I know already, from like the previous night or something, I got to do this or that or tomorrow or whatever, I just get to work, I'm working and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's my agency. I'm my own boss. If I need to, if I need to go and do this and that and everything else, I'm going to go do it, so, whatever, but I just get to work and stuff like that. So my wife works till like 3:30, 4 o'clock. So, I just do whatever, mow the grass, vacuum the house, this, that, whatever,
Yeah.
So I do a lot of the cooking. So, so I'm cooking dinner and things like that.
Yeah, I do most of the work at home. The cooking, the laundry, the taking care of the cats.
Right.
Tomorrow, if it doesn't rain, I'll probably do the rest of the yard that I needed to finish. It did rain this afternoon pretty hard, so we'll see how the terrain is tomorrow morning when I bring the machine out. If it
Right.
doesn't rain, I do need to go do some grocery shopping also
Yeah.
tomorrow, sometime in around either 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we'll see how the day goes. And then Saturday stroll is happening, but I don't have anything for the Saturday stroll. So if my clock wants to go on at 10, we'll probably see. We'll probably, if I'm in the mood for it, then I'll come in for a bit. But I don't usually stay too long when he's on. Tonight, I'm responsible for it. So it's a different deal. And then you guys seem to react better to a Friday than a Saturday. So,
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. Right, Scotty W?
Yeah, and honestly, for me, Eddie, I was just about to say, for me, I know the last couple weeks it has gone on a little longer than normal, but for me, I'm kind of just I'm learning too, and I'm appreciating, and a lot of the times when I sit back and I don't say much, I'm actually catching myself in between viewing, because I'm normally viewing, and also in between being here. So I really do appreciate, being here and also getting all the information. And this, for me, is not a normal cruise talk, because we talk about so many different things. We talk about our channels, we talk about travel agents, we talk about what's going on in life, we talk about with, so many other different things. So, I just appreciate it from my standpoint, that, can kind of just come in here and, chill with you guys, and
like for me, earlier on in the earlier on in the live, I try to keep it about that. But when it gets later and I know there's kind of less people and stuff like that, I will kind of go off a little bit, stuff about that. In the morning, I try to keep it more kind of cruise and travel centric, obviously, because that's what the morning show is more about.
Yeah.
But I can, I think this morning I mentioned something about cellular technology or something like that, right? So I mean, I can do that a little bit, but
yeah, because we were talking about the that spot down in Galveston,
yeah,
here,
yeah,
right.
And in the morning, early morning quickie show, there's no topic, there's nothing. I just blab about, I just keep people in the chat.
Yeah, so for me in the morning, I'm trying to prepare for the morning show. So in the morning, I've got Eddie on.
Yeah.
I'm listening to him, but I'm also preparing for our show.
Doing is blah 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 blah.
Yeah, but I'm listening to Eddie and stuff like that. I'm there and supporting him and stuff like that, listening to him, and stuff. And then the same with CME Travels.
Yep.
So I have them on then from 8 to 8:30, listening to them, there supporting them and stuff like that, but preparing for our show, finding stories, getting this, that, everything else set up. If I'm going to do, even if I'm going to throw an image up, this morning, I threw an image up of this Silver Sea ship.
Yeah.
Well, for me, that requires me finding the image, downloading it, going into OBS, creating a scene for it, then creating a media source for it, then going into Stream Deck, setting up a multi-function button, bringing it in, linking it to that stream, setting a delay for however many seconds I want it up on the screen, then setting another multi-function or multi-action like thing for or whatever, so that it ends and goes back to the main scene, which is me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have to do all of that in order just to, for the
For
show.
one click. Boop.
Yeah, so that I can then when I'm ready, I can hit that button and it comes up, and stuff like that. So I'm doing all of that hours ahead of time in preparation for the show. So
there you go.
Well, with all that said, sir, we are to wrap up here. Emily, Denise, and everybody else. Jennifer, also, that you're still here. Sharon, thank you guys for hanging out. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. At least I'll be back at 9:30 in the morning, I hope, if I'm awake, to be on Destination Fun and see what's up in the morning. And other than that, we'll have some lives during the day, also on Sunday. And then we'll be back Monday morning with the morning quickie. And then at 9 o'clock, Cruising's Fun Anytime, Janet's Adventures. The Mustard Drill. I myself will be ready at 9 a.m. Eastern our time to chat away for the whole week. So we'll see what happens. Everybody have a great weekend, whatever you're doing on today's date. And if you got some time, come by, hang out a little bit with us later. Cruz Bay, you got anything going this weekend?
I'm just going to keep doing those same, right around, usually around 10 o'clock, the pre-recorded live streams.
10 o'clock Central or 10 o'clock Eastern?
Well, it'll be 10 o'clock Central.
All right.
11 Eastern.
Very good. Scott W?
Just watch out for the Margaritaville at Sea vlogs and all of the content that I have coming around on that. And Bill and myself, Warm Strong Adventures, will be live on Thursday this week at 1 o'clock p.m.
Your time.
My time, and 4
4
o'clock
p.m. Eastern.
Eastern time, his time, the regular banter. Thank you very much.
Don't worry, you'll get used to that stuff, and you need to say, because otherwise people will get lost.
Yes.
Yes. And Mr. Scott S, you have anything?
not a thing. Just chilling.
Chilling and drinking some more Coronas.
No, actually, I won't drink again until probably Friday.
Hey, 7 that's pretty good. 3 p.m. Eastern.
Cheers.
Janice will have Tinkerbell. She's a new to YouTube, so let's go out and check what's that all about and see what's going on. All right. So everybody have a great. Jennifer's gonna be on the 9:30 in the morning live show too. So I'll be seeing you, Jennifer, in the morning. Everybody have a great night. Thank you, everybody. I had a busy day today. Thank you, Emily, for coming in and commenting. You have a great night too. And we'll see you guys a little bit later today. So stay out of trouble. I don't got